wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I would never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant. Your radiant. Why listen to what I need? Put a picture so I can see. February can't chase the days away. Yeah, away. listen to what they say. Save yourself for another day. This one's coming, it's gone to the wind again.
Yo! What's up?
Just listen and
Make amends for as long as you've ever been.
this way's up, but you're down again.
It's just like you to pull off what you thought you couldn't think today.
The lost stranger, the wonder familiar face, broken hearts,
What up, people?
pieces that shake. I've had one too many.
Yo! What's going on, people? Jenny, there's a new file in the folder, by the way. I don't know if you can hear me. If you can, there is another video in the folder. Yo, Jessica! Let's go, Jesse! Thank you! Just like snow castles, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, oh, we drift to the edge. Let's go, Ella! Castles, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, oh, we drift to the edge. Oh, we drift to the edge. Let's go! Yo! Oh, oh. Let's go! Dude, how we doing? Let's go. Let's go. Chill, let me fix this. All right. Dude, here we go. Dude, Ella, thank you so much. Ella said, LFG Pine Box 2026. I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you, boss and Jenny, for everything you do. Excuse me. Sorry, late start tonight. Late nap. I did not wake up in time. My apologies. I'm trying to keep the sleep schedule going and not doing a very good job of it. But we're trying to fucking hold it together. All right, let's have some good news tonight. So, I mean, tonight is a night of mixed news. Okay, the Valentina Gomez is going to be some good news for sure because, dude, she hold on. So overall, tonight is a night of mixed news, right? It is mixed news. I mean, you know, Valentina Gomez getting hammered in the election is funny. What's even funnier though is how she got last place, got hardly any vote, but now she's starting the fix was in thing, okay? But what's crazy is the guy who won in her district was the Trump endorsed candidate, and now Valentina Gomez is running around saying that he was like fixing the voting machines, that it was rigged for him to win. So she's basically starting a they cheated controversy with Trump's candidate, which is going to be interesting. She is crashing out. It does look like James Talarico is winning this one. The John Cornyn and Paxton are in a runoff. So there's a lot of craziness. There was some, you know, Roy Cooper like won by a long shot in North Carolina. But here's where we're going to start, though. We're going to start with what's going on with the Epstein situation, guys. Hold on. I want to make sure all my lights are on. All right, good. Because, so, you know, Jenny's been like downloading the Epstein files for, I don't know, the last month. But like, look at this shit, dude. This is something that Jenny discovered first. And then we figured out by looking online that it was going on too. So they basically removed like, I don't know, a third of the files. They've pulled them. Okay, right? So you remember how the first data sets came out and you could download all with a link. And then they did 9, 10, and 11, and 12. But 12 you could download with a link, but 9, 10, and 11 you could not. And 9, 10, and 11 are the ones with like the picture of 𝗏𝗏, with all the crazy emails, like all the gnarly shit is coming on in data sets 9 through 11. Well, the first thing the DOJ did was they took away the link so you could no longer download them all together. You had to do each individual page. And now they've just removed pages, okay? And this email, this tweet right here says, breaking, DOJ is removing Epstein documents from public data set. CBS finds 65,527 pages deleted, including of Epstein's cell and details of his death, photos of computers and devices seized, call logs, and photos of Epstein with Howard 𝗏𝗏. This whole thing is a cover up, right? And so, dude, this is crazy. Like data set 11, the entire data set is like gone, okay? Is like gone. There's like 600 files when there used to be like hundreds of thousands. They basically removed the whole data set. They pulled it all, dude. It is crazy. They are like actively yanking documents off the internet. 𝗏𝗏, let's go. Hi, Tom, brother. It's Tommy, by the way. What was that intro music tonight? That was me. That was some of my earlier bands from, you know, between like 1997 and 2003. I believe we heard a little bit of Soul Driver, and the first song was from Number 3 Breakdown. Dude, Ella with the gifted membership, let's go. And Ella, we got an Elon for you for that big dono that kicked us off. Thank you. Dude, so yeah. Okay, so 50 files per page. All right, Jenny said it's 3 million, 3.2 million, 50 files per page. Yeah, that's crazy though, because there was only supposed to be like 3 million in that whole grouping. But all right, so I thought it was 10 per page. It's 50 per page. But it's a lot of shit. Well, it's 50,000 pages, right? Right? All right. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're counting pages of files or if they're counting pages of documents. the numbers are like, I don't know what numbers are real anymore. But needless to say, though, guys, needless to say, this is a fucking disaster. That they're now retroactively pulling this shit, and I'm curious. I'm curious if fucking Thomas Massey or any of them are talking about this. Because now they're all talking about the war, right? Dude, this is so annoying, bro. Yeah, I don't really see him actively going in on this. I see him mostly talking about this fucking bullshit war and a little bit about the Epstein files, but he's not specifically mentioning. I mean, they're still focusing on the Howard Lutnick photo. But man, dude, you saw these dudes on YouTube that wrote a program that downloaded the shit en masse. So do they have it all? I mean, if you find somebody who already downloaded like dataset 11, like I'm still trying to get that data. Dude, it's so fucked up because we just don't know, right? This one supposedly got yanked, but we just don't know what we even have anymore. You know what I'm saying? We don't even know what we have anymore. And there's somebody in here that said, oh, they were taken down for further review, right? Some asshole, right? Victim names and faces weren't redacted. But like, bro, they have nothing to do with like the victims and names and faces. You know, none of this is about the victims. They don't give a shit about the victims, boss. They do not. Let's be honest. They don't give two shits about any of the victims. But they are like, they're now actively removing like massive amounts of files. Okay? Dude, there's the 92 party with Epstein. Look at that shit. Look at that. Oh, look at that, dude. I see. Do we know who these guys are? Dude, what is with the denim shirt? So cheesy. There's Ghislaine. Dude, let's go. DL, let's go, baby. Dude, he is so, dude, he is so guilty, man. You know what I'm saying? He is so fucking guilty. Let's go. Dude, I don't mind the sentiment. I just can't have some of those words on the screen, boss. All right? You're gonna have to talk about the fucking CSAM shit on your own, right? Dude, they are like they're being pretty crazy on YouTube too now. They're really stepping up what they like demonetize for. Like I literally, guys, I had a video demonetized yesterday because that photograph of Andrew with the girl laying on her back on the floor with the redaction box over her face, that photograph was in a video, and so they demonetized the whole video because of one photograph. Like it only appeared for like 2 seconds, dude. It is like crazy. It is crazy what they're doing now on YouTube. Hold on, let's see what we got here.
In your show. We're going to get great ratings in your show.
Trump is surrounded by women as music blares in the background. After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests. Among them, the financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Come on in. Go inside.
More than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges. Later in the footage, Trump is seen talking to Epstein and another man as women are dancing in front of them. Trump alternates between dancing and pointing out women to Epstein and the other men and telling Epstein about the cameras. Though exactly what they say is difficult to understand as they discuss the women and their appearances, Trump gestures to one and appears to say to Epstein, "Look at her back there. She's hot." And then Trump says something else into Epstein's ear that makes him double over with laughter. But as the president says now, he never liked Epstein.
I was not a fan.
He never liked Epstein, right? Never liked him at all, bro. Dude, he's so guilty. He is like so guilty, guys. Hold on, let's put a poll up. Let's put a poll. Have you liked the stream yet? Let's go. Dude. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's take a poll, baby. He is so fucking guilty, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump is. And they are covering for him so hard. They are covering for him like so hard, man. Dudes, I'm really getting sick of this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, aren't you just getting sick of like getting kicked around by these people? And it feels like there's like nothing we can do. And they are hiding and you know, obfuscating, lying right to our faces. You know what I'm saying? Like literally they're lying like right to our fucking faces. And I am so like irate that they can just sit there and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie. And there's no recourse. And they're buying up all the social media platforms. You know what I'm saying? Like even here, even this, you ready? So, I mean, his account is back up. Well, look what was going on earlier today, dude. So 𝗙𝗍𝗃, right? 𝗙𝗍𝗃's account got banned on TikTok. He got it back. All right. It's back online, but his account had been banned for Epstein related content, right? Isn't that crazy? Dude, TikTok is insane right now. I had 3 videos, guys. You ready? And it's not just me, but everyone on TikTok right now is their algorithm is like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. You post videos and they get like 0 views for like 10 hours. Okay. They literally just put your videos out to no one for like the entire day. And then they like start pushing them the next day. And I don't know if they're like using AI tools or some shit to go over the content, or I don't know what is going on, but like TikTok is like just completely fucking crashing and burning. Okay. So I put out 3 videos on TikTok. Okay. I put out 3 videos today on TikTok, and they were earlier, starting at like 6 in the morning. Okay. I put one out at 6 in the morning. I put one out at 8 in the morning, and then I put one out at like 3 in the afternoon. Okay. But look at this. Look at this shit. You ready? You're going to shit when you see this. Okay. So here are the videos from today. You ready? So look at this. Let me fucking pull this over here. So these are the 3 videos from today. All right. 6 in the morning, an Epstein one, Howard Lutnick. 8 in the morning, I did this one about Iran. And then like 1 in the afternoon. Dude, they were all hard 0 for all day. They didn't start getting views until like 6 p.m. And now they're like 28, 27, and 15, bro. They've shown him to, right? And I mean, dude, I have a lot of videos with like tens of thousands of views. All right. And normally the average is they're going to get somewhere around 1,000. But like, bro, that is crazy. You know what I'm saying? That is wild. All right. Now this shit used to not be like this. Like TikTok used to be instant launch. You would post it and it would instantly start getting shown to your audience. Now there's literally like a significant delay, right? There is a significant, like, I don't know, anywhere from 3 to 12-hour delay before they even start showing your content. And this is recent. This is super recent. This is, I mean, it's gotten worse. Like, you know, a lot of people have been posting and deleting and reposting, right? But it used to. They have now recently changed this, which is wild. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, it's I know everybody is complaining about it because, you know, for a while, like, people were posting videos and then they would delete them and they would repost them and they were like, what the fuck is going on? It is fucking wild. It has to go through the ChatGPT filter, but dude, it should be instantaneous, man. But yeah, so there is some shit going on with like significant sort of like censorship and slow walking things. Like I've noticed with TikTok in particular, there is like certain shit where you can't even put it out there. Like what they have done is they have created some new filters about like banned people. Like if you make a TikTok that has Nick Fuentes or Andrew Tate in it, you will like get an instant community guidelines violation. You have to be super careful with the Epstein stuff. There's another thing that TikTok does where TikTok will it puts it in post processing, right? So you may post a TikTok and here's how you can tell. You ready? I've figured out a few shortcuts. So when I have a video, if I post a video on TikTok that gets 0 views, the first thing I do is I try to share it to Twitter. And one of two things happens. If the video is actually uploaded and it's eventually going to be shown to my viewers, I will be able to share it to Twitter. It will like open up Twitter and have a link to the video. And then I'll just delete. I won't share it. But the fact that I can share it means the video is going to eventually get shown. But if you try to share it and it says up at the top, video is post-processing being held for review, right? It won't let you share it. And then that's how you know your video is in like permanent purgatory, where it's like getting like human reviewed before they'll even put it out. And they'll hold on to it like that sometimes for like 4 days, just holding a video. If you put out a video that is a little too racy about Epstein, that's what happens. It gets put in that like post-processing review, and they just sit on it for like days. Dude, it is crazy. Like, it's crazy. It's nuts, guys. It is some nutty fucking shit that is going down right now. And I don't know, man. I mean, I've been a pretty active YouTube and you know, definitely an active TikTok user for years. Like, I was early on TikTok. I started in 2020, and I have never seen the censorship is crazy now. It is crazy, bro. Yeah. So I don't know, guys. Dude, we may end up on Rumble after all, boss. Jesus. Holding materials hostage? Yeah, it's pretty nuts, dude. Because it is like active shit, man. You don't have TikTok? Yeah, I don't blame you. Get a little eucalyptus flowing. So, you know what's wild though, guys, is what is wild to me is how I've been watching it escalate in the last year. Okay? Like for example, today I went back and I was changing the thumbnails to like live streams. All right? And so what ended up happening was I went back to these old live streams from, back in June last summer. And I was changing the thumbnails, all right, because I'm kind of changing my live stream thumbnail strategy, trying to see how it affects the algorithm to make them have like kind of a non, Photoshop thumbnail. I'm doing something more natural. And what ended up happening was when I went back to my live streams from June and July, and I went back and changed the thumbnails, YouTube like rescanned them with their AI, and 25% of them got demonetized. These were streams that had already been scanned by AI, had already been like put out into the world as fine, totally monetized. They were from, 7 months ago. Or not even, 8 months ago, 8 months ago. And the minute I updated the thumbnail and they went back and rescanned them with whatever their AI like scanning filters are now, 25% of the streams got demonetized. It's nuts, dude. That's how much their like algorithm has changed in just 6 months. It is wild, guys. It is pretty crazy. Like they are ramping up the rules and how that affects, like what you can put out and what you can make money off of, dude. It's pretty nuts, dude. What's going on? Is there somebody needs to get banned here? Yeah, you can report that person too. Yeah, I went ahead and reported him. Yeah, I would feel free to report that account, guys. Right? We're not going to have any of that shit in there. But yeah, isn't that nuts? So guys, I'm telling you, now I know we discussed this a little bit a couple days ago, and there was somebody in chat. We were kind of having like one of our typical chat arguments about this, and they were like, sort of like, what are you going to do? See, here's the thing that's hard, guys, is I don't know what to do, right? There's really not much we can do. I can't change YouTube single-handedly. You know what I'm saying? And like it's like we have to somehow figure out how to write it out. I mean, I'm not going to stop covering shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to stop covering these items, but we do have to, like, we do, I don't know, we do have to be aware that some heavy duty shit is going on. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It really gets me because I'm not exactly sure what to do. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't, we don't exercise any power, right? When you say you can do a lot, though, no, you can do a lot about like the censorship of YouTube. There's not. I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know what to do about it. I mean, what I have been doing is when the algorithm sort of pings me for something that is nonsensical, I do send feedback to them. Like I do communicate back with YouTube, like highlighting shit, sending them screenshots of like, I can't believe you demonetized this video for this, or like what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? I mean, I do that, but it's pretty hard because I feel pretty powerless because, like, you know, even in the situation with like 𝗙𝗍𝗍, when the platform censors you, there's not a lot you can do about it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up. It is a fucked up situation. You have to learn how to dance, you know? You got to learn how to dance around their bullshit. It's crazy. Crazy, guys. We have no consumer protection policy. Well, you know what it is though, JC? You ready? There is no consumer protections on social media because they did the end around. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but there was a very specific thing that companies did where they offered the free service. And when they offer you the free service, you don't have to, there's no consumer protection. So that's their end around, is they now make the platforms free, and then they don't have to provide you a person-to-person customer service. You don't have any consumer protections because the whole thing is free. It's like you're not being charged. Technically, you're not a consumer, okay? And that has been sort of the new model that everybody has adapted to with social media, with the free platform. And because when you pay for something, they do have certain consumer protections they have to meet, which includes your ability to speak to somebody and your ability to complain about issues and address concerns. And they have to meet a certain level of like transparency with how they connect with you. But when shit is free, it is off the books, essentially. By them making a free service, they don't have to tell you shit. They don't have to give you any consumer protections. I mean, dude, yeah, it is crazy. We're like gig consumers now. Isn't that wild? Dude, it's nuts. It's nuts. And in particular, you know what TikTok did, guys? So TikTok destroyed the influencer ad market. All right. I don't even know if you guys realize this. Oh, dance party goal. Yeah. Let's do it. So I watched this happen, guys, while I was a gaming influencer. So here's what happened, right? There we go. Dance party goal. Let's go, baby. Let's hit it. So while I was a gamer, so like I said, I started blowing up in 2021. By mid 2021, summer 2021, I was at like the peak of my gaming fame. All right. Now, at that time, influencers that had a large audience, you would get brand deals. I was sponsored by G Fuel. I was sponsored by various VPNs and by computer companies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. And so that was extra income, where you would have their graphic on your screen, you would do a 30-second spot in your YouTube videos, whatever, right? And it was like, depending on the size of your stream, it was a fairly decent revenue stream, right? Either a one-off for like a couple of week campaign, or like G Fuel was a monthly sponsorship that I had for like a year. Dude, kids, let's go. Dude, Ella, Pine Box. Let's go, baby. Curious George. Taco Don is rotting from the inside out and pooping his pants. He is just hanging there, y'all. We'll make it. Fuck Trump, fuck ICE. Resist. Dude, Shin Godzilla, let's go. But, so, you know what happened, though, guys? You know what happened? In a matter of a year and a half, TikTok destroyed the model. Because now what happens is they don't pay people anymore. Now TikTok changed the model where instead of you having like a company or a brand that sponsors you, what'll happen is they have a thing on TikTok where you compete for it, right? Where influencers will all make a spot for the brand, and then the brand picks like one of them or three of them to elevate, and or the platform will give people a bunch of views if you do the brand thing. So the brands are basically getting thousands of people doing free ads for them in exchange for nothing, just for whatever payment they're getting for their TikTok views. Because now they have influencers or people who want to be influencers competing to have the video that the brand uses, right? Isn't that nuts? I mean, it is nuts, guys. It is like TikTok Shop has completely changed the model. And now that's the model for TikTok Shop, where people make free commercials for mops and whatever clothing and furniture and services that you can buy through TikTok Shop. And then TikTok just gives them a lot of views in exchange for making the free ads. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yes, revolution. Dude, Trump's diaper rash has reached his neck. Dude, Gorg, good to see you. Dude, Wilfred, let's go. I mean, isn't it insane? It's like nuts, guys. Even the ad market has now spun to offer like free advertising for companies. It is wild. Unfucking believable, dude. It's like, I mean, and we're all about to get replaced by robots too. So, dude, I mean, we got to cook something up, dude. We do. We got to cook up some kind of rebellion. Oh, shit. Oh. All right, hold on one sec here. I want to ask somebody in Discord something. Because I switched the latency to see if the ads would go split screen, right? And I want to see if that's happening. Dude, Wilfred, let's go. But it's weird though, because now like I'm behind the chat a little bit. You guys are like, I'm not using the ultra low latency where normally the minute you chat, I'm seeing your chats. Now it's like slightly delayed. Dude, so it's been higher latency and the ads are split screening. Okay. So here's the deal, guys, is we have options. Okay. So those are our options. We have either we can do the split screen with the latency, or I can do the like lower latency where I see your guys' messages quicker, but there's also no split screen ads. But I think people like the split screen ads. And so we may have to take the fucking, right? We may have to take the fucking beating with that, right? You know, so yeah, because you can't have both. If you get the split screen ads, you can't do the low latency, right? You only get the split screen ads with the higher latency, right? And so there's no fucking. You want to poll on it? All right, let's do this. We'll do a new poll. Ready? Here we go. Dude, because I'll be honest, right? I mean, I don't see the ads. I prefer the low latency because I like the chat to be in near real time so I can respond to everybody. Because with the higher latency, I feel like I can't. I still fucking feel like I can't, really interact with you guys as well at this latency. But I also know that for the viewer, having the split screen ads is a lot better experience because you're not being pulled away from the stream. Right? So, yeah. I mean, it's tough, right? It's tough because the my ads only last 4 seconds. Then you can skip. Let's go. So, I mean, we're gonna be on the latency tonight. We're on the normal tonight. Am I gonna have the deciding vote? Let's go. It just means this, like if we do the split screen ads, right? If we do the split screen ads, like with the high latency, the only real change is I'm just going to talk to chat less, probably. That's kind of like going to be the end result, I think. Because with this high latency, it's like the chat is almost like unusable because I see your chats and you're not even chatting about what I am talking about, right? And so it's pretty crazy, right? But I know though that for a viewer that maybe if you're anybody who's watching and not chatting, which is like a lot of people, like way more people watch without chatting, and for them having the split screen ads is a better experience. Dude, Ella, let's go. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But all right, let's take a look at some of this fucking primary shit and see what we got. All right. Yeah, because it's wild.
You get great ratings in your show.
Even with the normal latency, like chat is almost like it's almost useless, dude. You know what I mean? It's like weird. It's so crazy. It's so different. It's like so different. Like not being the short latency. Oh, your premium, you get no ads. Looks like the higher latency is winning, though. People like the split screen ads. All right. Onward to the primary. All right, we had the big Texas primary today. Oh shit. Dude, yeah, Dan Crenshaw lost. All right. Do. So the split screen ads are happening. That's the trade-off, right? I mean, if we do the split screen ads, I just can't talk to anybody in chat, right? So that's what's fucking what is hard about it. Like I mean, it looks like split screen ads are winning, but I'm probably gonna go back to the low latency just because I I like chat is completely unusable now. I can't even interact with you guys because you're so far behind. And I feel like the I need to have the chat be instantaneous connection, right? Let's go. Dude, but tonight though we're stuck. Tonight we're stuck with this because I can't change the latency in the middle of the stream. All right. So we are, you know, tonight this is what we got. Dude, Ella, let's go. T-minus 13 minutes and counting. So tonight we're going to ride this out. And then tomorrow we're going to go back to fucking normal. Right? And all right. But anyway, let's fucking look at the Republican and let's look at Texas tonight. All right. So Texas, there were a couple of surprises and some things not so surprising. Like obviously this, the Republican primary was an interesting one because Cornyn did not get 50%. So now there's going to be a runoff with Paxton and Cornyn. And Paxton is like the Trump guy. He is like a total Trump sniff, right? Total criminal, total crook, total adulterer, just a total degenerate, right? A degenerate among degenerates. And Cornyn, of course, is somebody that Trump does not like. Okay. Cornyn is the guy that, you know, Trump feels like has not been loyal enough and he's trying to knock him off. So that's going to be interesting to see how it plays out when Hunt is not in the running, when it's just a runoff between the two. Dude, Paxton is such a criminal. I mean, he is like a MAGA, like lawbreaker. Dude, he will break the law for Trump in 2 fucking seconds. All right. So it looks like we got our votes. All right, people are voting for the split screen ads. I may override that. All right, we're going to do a new poll, though. We're going to go back to the have you liked the stream yet? There we go. Let's go. Back in business, baby. All right. Now, FYI, guys, we have 11 minutes. We need 20 and 11, baby. Let's secure that dance party. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, 𝗙cie, don't sweat it. We like, not everybody can donate every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got that. We got you. You gotta take care of your own, right? You gotta make sure you take care of your own always. But yeah, dude, Paxton is like dirty MAGA, right? Dirty MAGA. That's how I consider him. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Right? He's like dirty MAGA. Dirty MAGA. Dude, Shin Godzilla, let's go. Dude, he is. And I mean, not like any of these guys are any better, but, you know, but Cornyn, right? Cornyn will like, you know, Cornyn will fucking, I don't know. He will, you know, I feel like he doesn't resist Trump very much, right? He's just not a complete lawless degenerate. But I mean, as far as from the Democratic side, I don't know if any of these guys are better or worse because they're all fucking degenerates. Dude, Ella, let's go. Right? Like, I don't know if our experience is fundamentally different when, I mean, when you know that like all the Republican senators are generally like in lockstep anyway. The senators don't really, there's not a lot of mutinies that go on in the Senate like the House, you know, because with the 6-year terms, they all outlast the presidency. Stop stupidity. Let's go, Wilfred. Let's go. But it's intriguing. All right. But here's the story of the night, guys. Look at this shit. I'll be honest, dude. I thought Crockett was winning this, guys. I had been seeing a lot of polls lately. I honestly thought Crockett was winning, and I'll be honest, I wasn't sure who I was like. I'm not sure who I like more. You know what I mean? I'm honestly, guys, I've been a little hung up on this race. Okay. But dude, 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗍, just so you know, But dude, Jasmine Crockett doesn't have a House seat, okay? She does not have a House seat anymore. They gerrymandered her district out. That's why she ran for Senate, okay? The reason she ran for Senate, I mean, Talarico had been in the race before her. The reason she ran for Senate was because when they added those 5 seats, they removed her district. So they got rid of Jasmine Crockett. The Texas fucking redistricting did. So I don't know what she's going to do. I don't know if she's going to, switch districts and rerun. Like, it's pretty fucked up. But so here's the deal. You ready? I've been on the fence about this. I've been on the fence about this race because let me just tell you how I feel about both candidates. Like, number one, I love Jasmine Crockett, okay? I like her firebrand, like in-your-face style. I love candidates that are strong black women. I do. I'm a huge fan of the strong black woman, like taking it to fucking Trump and his cronies. I love the work she did in, on committees. I mean, I thought she was like a really powerful voice, right? So loved her. At the same time, there's a lot I liked about Talarico too. I thought his messaging on billionaires and his messaging on sort of addressing like, hey, the immigrants and the trans people are not affecting your fucking life, but like these billionaires and their tax breaks are. And so I thought Talarico's messaging about like, the economy and billionaires and wanting to take on the ultra wealthy was actually really good. And he actually seems like a really genuine guy who's good at communicating across a lot of different like types of people. Whereas like Jasmine Crockett is a little bit more like me, where she's like right in your face and loud and aggressive in a way that I think is really important too. Like, I think we need both types of people. So I didn't know who I liked better. But I mean, obviously for me, the Talarico, I don't trust him because he's a white Christian man. All right. I know that may sound bad, but him being a white Christian man automatically makes me suspicious, because white Christian men are usually like never on the side of anybody but the white Christians, right? So I have a hard time trusting any white Christian men. You know what I mean? Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. 7 minutes. Let's get this dance party punks. Let's go, Ella. Stop stupidity. Let's go, baby. Dude, 𝗙𝗍𝗍𝗏𝗏 person replacing her in the house is an upgrade. I did see the guy though that is like, right, Kids Cat, let's go. Dude, stop stupidity, let's go. But yeah, no, like, so I like have been on the fence, okay? I have been on the fence like about who's better, right? But he's not a Christian nationalist. I know he's not a Christian nationalist, but like that doesn't ease my suspicions though. You know why? Because even though he's not a Christian nationalist, sometimes when you get the amount of power you get, right? If you're like a Christian dude and you're like, hey man, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, but then you get that power, okay? You get that Senate 6-year power, and then you change, right? You can change, a la John Fetterman or Kirsten Sinema, right? Once you get into that 6 year, like where they can't touch you for 6 years, it's real easy to change. Dude, Ella, let's go. Now I didn't know, like I've heard a lot of talk about Jasmine Crockett and AIPAC, and I know everybody's like super concerned about that. I don't like feverishly like AIPAC. You know what I'm saying? I don't feverishly follow the AIPAC stuff. Like, you know, I'm not pro AIPAC, but I don't like every candidate comes through. AIPAC is not the first thing I think about. That's not my, like, I'm not a one issue AIPAC thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not. I know that there's a significant section of the Democratic coalition now that is their chief concern. Okay. And mine is sort of like my first concern. Crockett lied multiple times in her campaign. That guy said, stop stupidity. Let's go. Like my first concern is like my instant, like my stomach vibes. Do I trust the person? Do I resonate? Like, do I believe that they're being honest? Do I believe that they're being forthcoming? Do I feel like a sense of like they're not trying to pull the wool over my eyes to get elected? Or if they are they being open about that they're just campaigning? I start there and sort of looking at what policies they appear to be championing, right? Stop stupidity. Let's go. I mean, I also do look at things that I think about, like electability, in my opinion. So there's a lot of shit. Now I'm lucky though, because I'm in my state, like there's not really AIPAC. There's not really AIPAC funded candidates here. We don't really have that in Oregon. Nobody here is taking that kind of, like, our candidates are pretty clean about that stuff. Stop stupidity. Let's go. We're down to our last minute. And I don't want you to think that the AIPAC money is not wrong, or because it is. Like, that AIPAC money is like dirty money. But like all of those super PACs are dirty, right? I mean, AIPAC is dirty money. The crypto is dirty money. The healthcare industry is dirty money, right? You know what I'm saying? And you know, but like, I just don't, I don't know. I don't think that lobby is going to be gone just yet. I think it's like another decade of work, you know what I'm saying? But so, yeah, I don't know. I've been torn about this race, guys. Okay. You know, I wish I like candidates that are just no corporate money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, here's the problem though, Orphan Maker and you guys, is the problem is this, is AIPAC is Zionist, but so is the oil money. The oil lobby in America is Zionist. The healthcare lobby in America is Zionist. Okay. The gun lobby in America is Zionist. The crypto industry in America, a lot of the crypto industry is Zionist. So like, you may get rid of AIPAC, but all of those other super PAC monies are all Zionist too. All the big money in America is Zionist. Like Zionism, all of the evangelical billionaires in America are like, you know what I'm saying? It's not even about Israel and Jewish figureheads. It's like all of the evangelical billionaires in America, all the American Christian people are Zionists. They're like bigger Zionists than the Israel lobby is. And so that's really problematic. Like if they're taking money from the fucking crypto industry, the healthcare industry, any of those pharmaceutical industry. It's like all the same shit, you know? I mean, AIPAC is just one of all of that big money being from that same shit, you know? And that's what's fucking difficult about it is like what's going to end up happening is people are going to stop taking AIPAC in order to satisfy the AIPAC people, but they're going to take all that other money from every other Zionist big money like industry, you know, because all of the evangelical Christians in America are Zionists. Like America is basically Zionist. It's fucked up, dude. Dude, you know what I mean? It's so fucked up, bro. And like, so what are you gonna do if you want to eliminate, like, you know? It's like I don't even know at this point what to do, dude. Dude, you know, it's fucked up, bro. It's messed up. Yeah. Well, yeah. The thing though is a lot of candidates voted for that bill to give defensive military aid to Israel. AOC voted for that. You know what I'm saying? AOC voted for that bill that gave defensive aid to Israel, right? Not offensive like money, but like, yeah, it's just really, you know, it's like super complicated, right? And I don't know, you know, I don't know how we're gonna get around this shit, because now I feel like it's becoming a spotlight issue where everybody is shining their spotlight on this situation, but now it's causing all the cockroaches to scurry. You know what I mean? They're causing all the cockroaches to scurry, and right? And so it's like, yeah. 7 out of the 8 federal legislators in Oregon took AIPAC money. All right. I didn't know that. Yeah. I mean, dude, I don't obsess about that, because I guess I don't consider, I don't know. It's not my obsession, right? It's not, you know? And what's more though, is like, they're like, we're becoming sort of hyper focused on this, and I'm not sure that it's for our benefit, right? I think like all super PAC money should go. But even then, you know, when you have all super PAC money, like AOC, like she voted for that defensive funding bill for Israel, and everyone got mad at her. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think the people I voted for took AIPAC money. So list the people, a day trader from Oregon, list all the ones that you said took AIPAC money, all right? Like list them, right? I want to see what Democrats that you say are like took this money, right? Without AIPAC money, all those Iranian children would be alive. That's bullshit. That's bullshit, Jess. Because like there's oil money behind that too. Okay, the oil lobby is behind that as well. And don't think that. Don't think if you get rid of the AIPAC lobby that like the oil companies are going to stop wanting war in the Middle East. Right? You are dead wrong. Okay? Like those oil companies have a reason for wanting to be in the Middle East as well. I mean, the fact that Donald Trump is good buddies with Benjamin Netanyahu, that right? And like, and you know what's so funny about it though is like, listen to that. Like, History Buff says Israel is a great litmus test because it's morality versus greed. You can take the easy money to fund your campaign or stand firm on your principles, right? Well, and I mean, but the thing about it though, history buff, is it's not that simple, because you can stand firm on your principles, but if you lose, you are standing firm of like not having any power. So like if you stand firm on your principles and lose, your principles fucked you, right? You know what I mean? I mean, you need to win regardless, and then you can put your principles into play. You know what I'm saying? But so the thing about this, guys, is everybody was focused on AIPAC money in 2024, and they were concerned about Kamala Harris and AIPAC and this, that, and the other, and her saying the right thing. And as an end result of like them not being won over by Kamala Harris, or feeling like she was not anti-AIPAC enough, we ended up letting Benjamin Netanyahu's good buddy Donald Trump win the election and fuck everything up, right? When we could have, you know what I'm saying? Like if we had just, if we had been smarter, right? If we had been smarter, we would have just all gone in unequivocally on Kamala Harris, right? You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, that's the thing, right? It's like if you make AIPAC too big of an issue, okay, right? If you make it too big of an issue, then you may end up with the AIPAC Republican, which is going to be like 100 times worse, right? And so that's where I fucking, it gets to me, right? Hassan was robbed. Let's go, MTK. What do you mean he was robbed? Talarico wins general election. We have to win the seat to take Senate. Trump is compromised by Mossad. Trump is in the Epstein file. Trump of the hut. Dude, that's a mouthful. Let's go, Mark. So yeah, man, I don't know. It's like, this is so difficult for me, right? Because I don't want AIPAC money in there, okay? I don't want AIPAC money in there, but I also don't know that if the Republicans win, it is like AIPAC times 50, right? You know what I'm saying? History Buff says, nah, bro, she could just denounce Israel and win. But it's not that simple, though, because there's a whole bunch of Christian people in the Democratic coalition. There's a whole bunch of Christian voters that don't want to denounce Israel, guys. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you? There are a whole bunch of voters that don't want to denounce all of Israel. Okay, they're just Christian middle America people. They don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, and they want the Palestinian people to be safe, but they don't want to denounce the whole fucking country of Israel. And that's the conundrum. Okay, so how do the people that are pro-Palestinian, that just want to denounce everything to do with Israel, how do they commune with people that don't want Palestinian people to suffer, but also don't want to denounce an entire country because they're feeling conflicted about that, right? Because Israel is not just Benjamin Netanyahu's war machine, it's also a fucking country that is has a bunch of Israeli citizens that are caught in the middle of this thing. And then there's a lot of American voters that hear the word Israel and they think of Jewish people, and they get triggered when people say denounce Israel, because they're thinking you're saying denounce Jewish people, because Israel is also just a country filled with Jewish people that, right? And so it gets a little bit fucking hairy there, because some people aren't exactly sure what that denounce Israel word means, right? What that phrase means. Because what is Israel? Israel is a country with millions of people that have many different viewpoints. Israel is also a government run by some sadistic war criminal motherfuckers, right? Israel is also a concept where some people consider Israel to be the concept of like an ethnostate, but like America is trying to be an ethnostate. You know what I mean? And like, so there's a lot of like confusing area here, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of confusing area about that like concept and phrase, right? 95% of the base is against Israel. The autopsy report shows she lost on Israel, Gaza. It's not really debatable, not to mention Liz Cheney crap. I mean, dude, I don't think it's that simple, right? I mean, that was like the problem is this. When you say 95% of the base is against Israel, I don't know what you're considering the base to be, right? Because like the base is like, there's a lot of bases of the Democrats, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I know a lot of black women voters that vote Democrats that are not anti-Israel. And those black women are also part of the base, you know? And like, I know that like all the young voters are anti-Israel, but right? A lot of like the youth vote is like super anti-Israel. But like, what do you consider the base of the Democratic Party to be? Because it's not leftists. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's like, what is the base? What is the base? Define the Democratic base for me. I'm curious. Yeah, 95% of Democrats, the Democratic base are not anti-Israel. There's no fucking way, dude. Not even a chance, bro. There's not even a chance. Like 95% of like young progressive Democrats are anti-Israel, right? But like, dude, even defining the base, like what is the base of the Democrats? Like what is the fucking base? You know what I mean? I mean, if you look in Congress, okay, if you look at the 214 Dem members of Congress, right? There's 214 Dem members of Congress. How many are progressives, right? Yeah. See, I am very anti the Israeli government. Okay, I am like super anti Netanyahu and super anti like the fucking aggression of the IDF for sure, right? I am like so anti Netanyahu and IDF, and simultaneously though, I find a lot of confusion because I see like anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism like touching shoulders, going shoulder to shoulder sometimes, where I can't tell one from the other, where people say they're anti-Zionist, but I listen to what comes out of their mouth and it sounds like they're being a little bit anti-Semitic too, and they don't fucking, right? And they don't even realize, or they're standing right next to anti-Semitic people that are saying the same shit they're saying and using their anti-Zionist movement for cover. And so I'm super confused. Stuck in the middle, Steelers wheels. Israel grow up and realize that Israelis and Palestinians are the same people. Take the House, take the Senate. Let's go. Let's go, Mark. Thank you, boss. Dude, it's fucking wild. It is so wild, bro. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. Just don't know what you're talking about. But dude, I do know what I'm talking about. I literally watch people talk about anti-AIPAC, anti-Zionism. I watch people use that term every day. Okay. And I watch people constantly say shit like denounce Israel. But then when I say define Israel, denounce the country, denounce the concept, denounce the government. Like, can we get specific? You know what I'm saying? It's like, don't tell me I don't see what I see, but you don't get to deny my experience because you think you see it the correct way. MLB, let's go. Because I have an experience too of watching people fucking, you know what I'm saying? Of watching people like use very confusing terms. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I mean? I mean, you know, like Donald Trump, okay? Donald Trump is toxic. Does that mean America is toxic? Right? Right? Because of Donald Trump? Like, are we all Donald Trump? Like, everybody that hates Donald Trump, should they denounce all of America? You know what I mean? Including all of like the Democrats and is all of America? Do we all need to be denounced? And are we all as evil as the Zionists because we're being led by Zionist Donald Trump? Like, right? I mean, think about that. Where do you stand on that? Are you saying that like all of America should be like stripped apart and taken apart and denounced because of Donald Trump being this crazy Zionist? That means all of us, the state of America, is trying to be an ethno-state, clearing out the immigrants and doing an ethnic cleansing here on our streets, right? Are we supposed to denounce, everyone's supposed to denounce the whole country, and we're supposed to denounce our whole country as well, including all of us, because of the behavior of him? Like, that's where it gets really confusing. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, guys, like, the crazy thing about this is I don't even see the Israelis as being, dude, you know what I'm saying? I don't see the Israelis, like, I see the American Christians being the bigger Zionists here. And that's the part that drives me crazy, is everybody keeps saying, like, the American government needs to denounce Israel. But, like, the crazy part is the American government is, like, they're the ones feeding Israel because Israel is, like, their tool. And like, that's what is so frustrating to me, is you want the American government to denounce Israel, but you don't realize that Israel is like the American government's hammer for the Middle East, like, and has always been from the beginning, right? That is like, that's how America has maintained dominance, by making sure that those oil-rich nations never have more power than America. And the way they get there is by Israel doing the dirty work. And that's been the equation. Like, you can get rid of AIPAC, but, like, that's not going to make the American government not, like, find a way to feed the hammer of Israel, right? You know what I'm saying? And dude, it's not okay. But, like, what's the plan, guys? Like, what is the plan for that? Like, when do we realize that the biggest Zionist nation in the world is America? It's not even Israel. It is America that are the Zionists, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so confusing to me, guys. The non-AIPAC candidate won, but dude, James Talarico took money from Miriam Adelson. What are you talking about? Dude, Talarico didn't take AIPAC money. He took Miriam Adelson money. Like, give me a break. Dude, like, how? What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's crazy, dude. Yeah, I just think it is like there is a feeding frenzy, okay? There is a feeding frenzy that is happening right now over the country of Israel that is like, I feel like it is fucking, you know, it is fucking short-sighted. You know what I mean? Not understanding they all suck, so we shouldn't try to stop any of them. Well, no, but Anna, it's not that. It's just I'm really confused, okay? I'm really confused about the same people that are saying they're anti-Zionist, but they're all supporting like Graham Platner, who's got a Nazi fucking tattoo on his chest and is like, was retweeting 𝗍𝗎𝗏 shit and going on that fucking, that like dude's podcast and saying, I'm a huge fan of yours. And like, but like, isn't that weird? But like, how does that square? How does all that square? Like if there was a Republican with a Nazi tattoo who was retweeting 𝗍𝗎𝗏, we would be shitting on them, right? We would be shitting on them. But like Graham Platner is like the progressive left-wing hero. And that's really confusing to me. You know what I mean? Dude, Talarico just won. They just called it, right? And so like how are we okay with that? Like, you know what I mean? Trump is toxic and is called as toxic, but everyone who voted for him are not toxic. Grew up in Kansas. These people are not toxic, just hypnotized by income inequality and inflation, and the Zionists dead. Dude, let's go, Mark. Thank you, boss. And so I'm just confused about that. I'm confused about like how that works. You know what I'm saying? I'm confused about how that works, right? How like, you know, he's like, he's a wealthy guy who went to a wealthy private school, pretended to be a working class guy because he owns an oyster farm. He's got had a Nazi tattoo and was like, oops, I didn't know that was that. And like, but we forgive it with him, but we like, if we saw it on anybody else, we wouldn't. So I'm like, I'm confused why that is. How, like, why is it that that shit is creeping into our stuff? I am confused. I am really confused because I'm glad I don't have to like contend with whether I have to vote for that guy or not. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And so the thing is like my thing is this is like in particular with Graham Platner. I know that he's anti-Zionist, right? But like, why is the anti-Zionist guy also have a Nazi tattoo and is pretending like he didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo? Why is that happening? Why is it the anti-Zionist guy has the Nazi tattoo? Right? I mean, doesn't that seem weird? You know what I mean? I mean, don't you wonder about that? You wonder that, like, is he really anti-Zionist or is he really like the Nazi tattoo? I mean, we don't know. Obviously, if the Nazi tattoo was a thing to him, he's not going to come out and tell you that because that would ruin his chances of being elected. But doesn't it seem a little weird to you that the guy who says, no, I'm not anti-Semitic, I just accidentally had a Nazi tattoo and I just accidentally was like retweeting 𝗍𝗎𝗏 and I'm just accidentally like having these weird gray areas that like where if a Republican was doing them, we would definitely not be saying, oh, that's just an anti-Zionist Republican. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so like the thing is though, but 𝗍𝗎𝗏, like like, why do you, so you're saying that neo-Nazis can change and you accept that. Okay, that, but like, dude, we don't offer that same grace to like other neo-Nazis. You know what I'm saying? If a Republican neo-Nazi says they've changed, you know, that like we don't offer them that same grace. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, isn't that weird? You know, I mean, do you not see that how like that's a weird double standard for us? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you think that doesn't that alarm you? I mean, that kind of shit like alarms me to me. That's alarming to me that like these things I've held, these beliefs I've held for a long time about like Republicans or people with Nazi tattoos, that like, man, that's disqualifying for me. It has been my whole life. But now a bunch of people, the leftists in my party who are telling me that I don't see the world right, they're all telling me that now we can excuse people with Nazi tattoos if they say the right things about like Medicare for all and a couple other things about like the Middle East. And that's really confusing to me because those same people were the ones that helped inspire me to develop these very firm beliefs about Nazi tattoos. And now all of a sudden they're saying, no, but some Nazi tattoos are okay. If the guy says this other good shit, we believe them. And like that to me is a little confusing because it feels like a switch, right? It would be like if one day you guys came and told me, well, this anti-trans candidate is like not really anti-trans. They're just sort of like they maybe they were anti-trans, but now they've really come around, right? And like that's confusing to me, right? You know, I mean, it was the same shit. Like they did this shit with John Fetterman. John Fetterman chased a black guy with a shotgun and everyone was like, no, he's progressive. That was misunderstood. And look at what Fetterman did once he got in the Senate. Like, look at what Fetterman's doing right now, dude. He is the guy with the shotgun, you know? And so, I mean, I don't know like what's right or wrong. I'm just saying that I'm a little confused that we spent years condemning people for having Nazi tattoos, regardless of their explanation. We condemned them for having affiliations with people remotely connected to Nazism or neo-Nazism. We condemned like any association strongly for decades. And now people are like, well, we're going to stop condemning like this guy. And that's like really confusing to me. Like, why did we condemn so hard for so long? I mean, just tell me, guys. Tell me why we condemned anybody who had any close neo-Nazi affiliation for so long. And like now that like anti-Zionism is coming into vogue, we're not condemning a guy that appears to have had some neo-Nazi affiliation. I mean, if you can explain that to me, like why we condemned it for so long, but like now we're not condemning it, I don't understand. Like if more people with Nazi tattoos come forward and say, whoops, I didn't know that, are we going to start now regularly supporting people that previously got Nazi tattoos if they say they like our policies? Like, is that a new thing where like Nazi tattoos are just not going to be a deal breaker? I'm really saying Platner I'm saying, I don't know, Jibs. I don't know what Platner's ties were. Okay. Like the thing is my thing is I just don't know what Platner's ties are. Okay. And I don't think you do either. None of us do. Okay, but I do know that we as Democrats and especially as a leftist, like those types of things were always deal breakers. Okay, those types of things were always deal breakers for us. And now it seems like it's not. And I'm really confused why it's not now. You know what I'm saying? I'm confused why those things aren't deal breakers anymore. You know, that's all. And you know, and like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, I'm confused. Right? I mean, guys, I literally just, you know, I mean, this shit is what generally confuses me, right? Because he said the right things. But like, dude, is that like, I don't know. I'm genuinely like, I'm wondering about that, right? You know what I'm saying? Research him. He was on the Bulwark covering the 𝗙cie again. I think we know who the bad people are now doing it in the open. Right? It's like, I mean, for example, guys, you ready? Let me just say this. Let me give you an example. Okay? Like let's watch. So Adam Mockler, okay, posted a video of Graham Platner saying this is the best messaging or whatever ever. And I watched the video and I didn't think it was that good of messaging. Okay? It like, I don't know. The video just didn't fucking hit me with this guy. Like it, you know, it was this video. Where is it? We'll watch it. It was this one. It was with the Pod Save America guys. Okay, right? Watch this.
There's that great Chuck Schumer line. For every working class person we lose, like out in the countryside, we're going to gain 2 voters in the suburbs. And it didn't happen. Donald Trump won. And then he won again. And we lost a lot of seats around the country. So clearly that math did not pan out. I truly think that the only way forward for us as a party is to really become a real party of working people again. And, you know, when you do that, it doesn't mean you're like also not, I mean, look, when I talk about working people, I literally mean anybody that just makes money from wages, which is everybody. Yeah. I mean, I'll just be like, I've had a bunch of folks be like, well, what about the middle class? I'm like, yeah, man, in this America, the middle class is the working class. Quite frankly, somebody that started a business and has just worked their asses off every day ever since and might now have like a bunch of money but still works, they're way closer to someone working 3 jobs in poverty than they are to a billionaire. Like we're all kind of down here. And when we talk about policies about clawing a lot of that wealth back, we're not talking about going after small business owners. We're not talking about going after big business owners. We're talking about going after the people who used their wealth and power to change policies.
So the thing is here, listen to me. So when Scrimmer says, so you think he's like a secret Nazi or what? Guys, it's not that I think this guy is a secret Nazi. It's that I'm not exactly sure who this guy is because he doesn't appear to be he doesn't appear to be the thing he says he is. Like even there when he said we, referring to like the working class people, but this guy himself, I mean, he looks working class, but he's not working class. He went to a very illustrious private school. He bought like an oyster farm. He's like an ownership class guy, okay, that looks like a rugged working class guy that was also a Marine, that also had a Nazi tattoo, that also like has this like 𝗙cie𝗶𝗏𝗀 shit that has been coming out. So I don't just know what he is. You know what I mean?
Political system to then consolidate more wealth and power. They cheated. And we need to use political power to claw that stuff back. So I think that by becoming the party of representing working folks, we really would be becoming the party of like really representing the vast majority of Americans. And as people begin to realize that this right-wing populism, it's not making things cheaper. And it's not reopening hospitals. And it's not making your health insurance company any less awful to deal with. That realization will kick in, and we won't get everybody, but I think we will start getting folks back. But we need to be there with open arms, and we need to be there with policies that are very understandable. I mean, I think that's a big one.
So, right? It like, to me, right? It's like, to me, it's just, he's a conundrum. Okay. He is a conundrum to me, guys, because he says certain things, but like, it's like, does he really mean it? Or is he just saying a message to win a certain part of like the left wing fucking, like part of America to like ride his way into office? I'm just like super confused about him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I mean? Because what's crazy about it is like, I don't know. I don't think necessarily that he's like a Nazi like fucking Nick Fuentes is. That's not my thing, right? That's not my thing at all. I don't think he is like Nick Fuentes, right? But he's definitely better than Susan Collins, okay? He is definitely better than Susan Collins, okay? But like, and what 𝗙𝗪𝗏 said there, Tommy, people are willing to look over bigotry and racism for leftist ideology. Some of us worry that when candidates talk about the working class, they're talking about white dudes. I mean, so that is what I guess is a little bit confusing about it is like, I just see a flip where, you know what I mean? Like, for example, you ready? Let me just look at a tale of two candidates. If people talk about Gavin Newsom, right, they will be like Gavin Newsom did a bunch of shit for trans people and for gay people, and right? And then there's some shit he didn't do. He didn't sign on with the California billionaire tax, and he didn't sign, and he didn't go like 100%. He went like 90% like pro-trans. One of his things just got overruled by the Supreme Court. But like, people will like look at Gavin Newsom and they will like harsh Gavin Newsom and say that Gavin Newsom is like, like let down the trans people, and he fucked up on this, and he's corporate, and he's this, that, and the other, right? And they're not all wrong. Like, much of what they say about him is true, right? But then if you go to it and look at Graham Platner, and I say, well, Graham Platner has X, Y, and Z, those same people that will shred Gavin Newsom will tell me, like, how dare you shred Graham Platner? How dare you accuse him of this? Or like, he just accidentally got this Nazi tattoo. People can change, right? And so there's a weird thing where like, I feel like I, in my own party, am having a confusion where certain candidates get held to this crazy standard and other candidates get held to a standard where we overlook shit. Even if it's shit that really bothers me, people are like, nah, you got to overlook that. And I'm like, that's fucking weird to me, right? You know what I'm saying? That is fucking strange to me, guys, because I always thought that having a Nazi tattoo was automatically disqualifying. Didn't matter what the excuse was. It didn't matter that, like, right? And for a long time, I thought that was like where we stood. And now it seems like it's not where we stand. And like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's wild to me that like that stuff doesn't, I'm not saying leftists are Nazis, and I'm not even saying that Platner is a Nazi. Okay, I'm not saying that Platner is a Nazi. I'm not. I'm just saying that it appears to me. You ready? it appears to me this, guys. It appears to me that if somebody brings a leftist ideology, there is leftists will forgive everything else about that person in exchange for a leftist ideology. And then if somebody doesn't have a leftist ideology, there's nothing that person can do to be acceptable. And that to me feels like we're focusing too much on, like, are we really even focusing on policy at that point, right? Mark says, sounds like a litmus test. Graham Platner is not perfect, but he's better than Susan Collins. He's not Fetterman 2.0. Native tattoo, not comfortable, but he's better than Collins. Conflicted. And now, guys, again, you ready? Again, if Graham Platner wins the fucking primary, and if the main voters vote for him, I'm still going to back him. I'm not going to try and cuck him because I don't like his shit. Okay? But what I am saying, though, guys, is I don't think, and hear me out on this, I don't think we should become a party that starts having a whole bunch of people with Nazi tattoos. Because how are we going to tell the difference, like, of us and, like, groypers? You know what I'm saying? At that point, you know? I mean, again, if the main voters vote for Platner, of course he's going to be better than Susan Collins. But, like, guys, what would we do if a lot of people in our party started having Nazi tattoos? Would we be okay with that? Is that something that we would be okay with if they were all had leftist ideologies? Like, you know what I'm saying? Is that a forgivable thing now? Where, like, could there be a Republican that's a moderate, that's not completely a shitter who had a Nazi tattoo, and would we believe their story? Or does every Republican who has a Nazi tattoo is a Nazi? And if somebody has a leftist ideology and they have a Nazi tattoo, they're definitely not a Nazi? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Does that not make sense to you that like that I want us to have a consistent moral standard? And you don't find that, like, amenable? That doesn't sound like a thing when somebody says, I want to have a consistent moral standard, how I judge, like, all candidates. You know, like, it doesn't, you don't want that? You know, you only want, like if somebody espouses leftist ideology, is everything else forgivable to you? If they espouse leftist ideology, is everything else forgivable to you? Is that it? If they espouse leftism, then there's nothing that you will hold against them. And if that is so, how is that different from MAGA? Okay, because MAGA, you ready? Listen to me, guys. Okay, and listen to me. And again, I'm not defined here. I'm just looking at our party, the way it's growing, and trying to get a bead on what we are doing. Because one of the things with MAGA is if they espouse the MAGA word, everything is forgivable. They could have a Nazi tattoo. They could have a rape charge. They could have any behavior in their past. If they toe the MAGA ideology, they are in. That is what makes MAGA MAGA. That if you say the thing and you believe the ideology, everything is forgivable. And so my question is are we doing that with leftist ideology, where if there is leftist ideology, everything is forgivable? Or is there still some shit that would be not forgivable if there's leftist ideology? And now I'm not trying to attack you as leftisms. I am as leftist because I consider myself to be a leftist. But I am asking an honest question. Are we putting leftist ideology where there is no deal breaker? If they have the leftist ideology, we don't consider any other behavior to be a deal breaker? I'm curious, because for me, the thing that conflicts me about Graham Platner is I like the leftist ideology, but I don't like the Nazi tattoo, and the other maybe him like listening to neo-Nazi podcasters. I don't like that. And I don't like the fact that he said he was a working class guy when he's actually was a rich kid. So there's a couple things that are normally a little trust breakers to me, but I still like the leftist ideology. And I like that the leftists are all excited about this candidate. And again, if the main voters vote for him, I'm going to be all in because he's the Democrat. But like, I'm wondering, where do you leftists draw the line? Like if somebody has leftist ideology, okay, where do you draw the line? Like, what would be a deal breaker for you? Okay, like, you know what I'm saying? That is, I think that's a fair question. Like, if we can, you know, question, you know, Gavin Newsom's corporatism and question Kamala Harris's stupid comments about the military and her like waffling on the Gaza genocide, we should be able to ask the same hard questions about these candidates like Graham Platner and anybody else that comes down the leftism pipeline. Okay. You know what I mean? I think it's the responsible thing to do, because I want to stop genocide. And I want to stop this imperialism, and I want to stop feeding Netanyahu's machine, right? And I want to win some goddamn elections, but I also don't want to wake up one day and have a whole bunch of leaders having Nazi tattoos that they regret getting. I think that I would be worried that there might be something else going on in the background if that were to happen. You know what I'm saying? And like, so that's the thing that I am just trying to reconcile with what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? You don't think you should support him even if he is the nominee? That's bullshit. Well, I think that's hard, though, because we don't want Susan Collins to win. You know what I'm saying? We don't want Susan Collins to win, like, obviously. So, like, I don't, and I can't vote, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, and so I like for me, I am just confused about what we're doing, right? You know what I mean? I'm confused about what we're doing, about like how we're reconciling this shit. And I guess I'm also concerned that when we talk about Platner, I see a bunch of people in chat that are like, I'm out. I'm leaving. Like, I can't even have this discussion. You're a fucking asshole for even asking these questions. You know what I'm saying? And like, that is a little concerning to me too. That like, whoa, right? I mean, we talk about Gavin Newsom and shit all the time, and I don't fucking end stream and go running away because everybody like hates corporate Democrats and shit. You know what I mean? Like, we should be having these discussions. Dude, Mark says, my Nazi Native American tattooed politician wants universal health care, attacks the rich, but their Nazi tattooed freak is actually a Nazi, but I don't like that he's rich. Deal breaker would be... Dude, you know? Dude, don't forget Manchin. Dude, Manchin's terrible, bro. You know? Right? It's not fair to divert the AIPAC argument to somehow leftists are both hypocrites. Well, no, I'm not trying to divert it. I just think that there's a connection, guys, isn't there? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like guys, I mean, listen to me. Just listen to me. Hear me out on this, okay? So as a leftist, I spent my life denouncing certain things, like certain types of racism and you know, Nazism and you know, like anti-LGBTQ bigotry, and this shit was like deal breakers, okay? Now, then this anti-Zionist movement becomes very powerful here in America, and for good reason, okay? For good reason, because of the genocide and because of now, you know, Netanyahu's dragging us into another war, and AIPAC is funding all these like really shitty candidates. And so we have a real problem with Zionism and the genocide, the imperialism of America. Like, we obviously have this problem. I am not crazy in recognizing the problem, right? The Zionism, the genocide, the funding of the candidates. I see all that. And when there is a new, like, anti-Zionist, like, hero boy that everybody seems to love, all of the anti-Zionist people that I follow, like the Crystal Balls and the fucking Emma Vigeland and the Hasanabi, they all love Graham Platner, okay? And I'm starting to see people like Adam Mockler, he loving Graham Platner, right? And so I'm like, all right, here's the, like, anti-Zionist, progressive healthcare for all leftist candidate. And he has a Nazi tattoo. And I'm like, wait a second. I've already said how I get confused about the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism, and they overlap. And so why does the golden boy of the anti-Zionist left have a Nazi tattoo that he got accidentally? Like, shouldn't we stop and look at that and go, wait a second, why is that? Right? I mean, doesn't that seem fair to, like, wonder about? Or are we so, like, I don't know. To me, that is a, like, feels like a weird coincidence, doesn't it? You know? You know what I mean? Doesn't that feel like a weird coincidence? You know, I mean, it doesn't to leftists, like, that doesn't, you know, right? I mean, it's just weird to me, right? It is. It's just weird to me. You know, it is fucking a little weird to me, boss. Dude. But I guess because, like, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, that seems weird. And what is crazy, who the hell is saying he is the golden boy of the left? I mean, he certainly does seem like one of the leftist golden boys. Don't you? You're offended by that? That, like, you don't see Platner being somebody that is, like, being hailed as, like, the modern candidate? Like, I see a lot of people that want more candidates like Platner. And, like, for me, I want more candidates that have the platform of Graham Platner, but I don't want them to all have fucking Nazi tattoos, man. And call me crazy. Like, I don't think I should feel bad for that. I'm kind of surprised that people in my own party are getting upset at me that I find a Nazi tattoo disqualifying. Right? Because fucking 8 years ago, we would have had this conversation and you would have all been like, a Nazi tattoo is disqualifying. But now 8 years later, 8 years of Trump, and we're like, all of a sudden it's not disqualifying. And that's fucking confusing to me, boss. You know what I mean? Dude, I do like Mamdani. Dude, I love Mamdani. Dude, I love Mamdani. Right? You know, it's just, I'm just super confused about that, guys. Okay? I'm super confused that, you know, that I sit here and talk about how, you know, I sometimes hear anti-Zionism and I hear people being anti-Semitic, and sometimes it seems like some of the people that say they're being anti-Zionist are actually being anti-Semitic. Not everybody, but sometimes. And then one of our anti-Zionist candidates got a Nazi tattoo when he was younger. And so I'm like, was he anti-Semitic when he got that tattoo? Or do you honestly believe he just got it as a mistake, or these guys talked him into it? Or like how, like, are you saying that he was anti-Semitic and he's reformed and now he's not anti-Semitic? Now he's like an anti-Zionist? I mean, I think this shit is like, we should be thinking about like what we're doing here, you know? You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know. For whatever reason, when I fucking, you know, hear the guy talk or whatever, I have some alarm bells that go off. And I have not been able to figure out what those alarm bells are. They don't go off when Mamdani is talking, right? When Mamdani talks his shit, my alarm bells don't go off. Okay? There are a lot of like, you know, I mean, I'm not hip on all the progressive candidates, right? I don't know all of them. I'm not like super into it, but there are certain people that talk that don't set the alarm bells off, you know? And for whatever reason though, Graham Platner does set my alarm bells off. And then some leftists get really mad at me when I want to talk about that. And they get really like, how dare you like not forgive this guy for this thing? But that's confusing to me because they were the same people that helped me understand that we should like hold certain standards against people and have deal breakers, right? People run from anti-racism work. You got this, boss. Let's go. And I mean, and you know, and dude, fuck Susan Collins, okay? Fuck Susan Collins. People are supporting him because nobody is calling the Zionists out. It's a problem. It's a problem that real anti-Semites like MTG and Tucker are the only ones who have been. Right. You know what I'm saying? But guys, like, what if, okay, like, do you, let me just ask you this, okay? Is there, he explained how and why he got the tattoo. So I did hear him, I did hear his story, right? About how he went out drunk with the Marines and they were overseas and they went and got the tattoo and he was like a young guy. Right. And I heard that. And like also, though, right, he ran for Senate and he didn't like ask his campaign people like, hey, let's vet my tattoos. Right. Like, you know what I mean? If you're running for Senate, like if I ran for Senate, I would like vet my tattoos, my past behavior, people that, you know, I knew X, Y, and Z, anything the press might dig up on me from my past, you know, some bad breakup I had, you would vet all that shit. And I guess the fact that Platner didn't vet any of that stuff and then it blew up in the candidate, like I didn't even know he had the tattoo because I don't really follow him. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and though, I mean, even being a Marine is a little... Being a Marine feels a little right wing to me. You know what I'm saying? Having family that went in the military, right? You know, and that doesn't mean you can't have a left wing Marine, but like the Marines are a little like high, hardcore brainwashing fucking like kill. They're like killing machines. It's like a next level sort of like mind bending experience. Dude, Mark, like Newsom, but my corporate alarm bells go off when he talks. Platner is a vote for universal health care. Not comfortable with him, but got it. No, I got you. I mean, I get the universal health care fucking thing. Like, we definitely need some votes for that, you know? So I just think he's a liar then. So the thing about this, guys, is I don't know. But guys, let me just tell you, okay? And I just want you to know that I am not the ultimate voice here. I don't know the goods about Graham Platner. I don't know that right or wrong. I'm just talking about like the alarm bells that I get, okay? The same way that you guys talk about alarm bells you get with Gavin Newsom and all the corporate people, right? Where anyone who's remotely corporate, like gets you guys thinking I don't trust them, right? And so the thing that's really crazy is I trust AOC, I trust Mamdani, right? But for whatever reason, like Platner sends some alarm bells. probably because of the Nazi tattoo that he didn't vet before he became a candidate. A little bit because I looked into his past and found out he went to a fancy private school when I thought he was like a real working class guy. So there are a couple things that I was like, I don't know. And the Marine thing is, you know, like the same way with Talarico being a white Christian. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, but I'm trying to remain open to policies. I love what he says about billionaires. Like I'm always, you know, feeling out like my shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like, I don't go all in on somebody just because of what they say. Okay. It's more about the overall vibe. But guys, I guess the thing about me is with the experience of cinema and with the experience of Fetterman, I feel like we live in the world of plants. Okay. Whereas now what is happening is the power seekers are starting to put forth candidates that are like, hey, I'm a super progressive. And then they get in office and all of a sudden, a couple years later, they're touting MAGA talking points, right? I mean, look at Fetterman, bro. Fetterman like is now like the craziest pro-Israel, like pseudo MAGA, maybe going to run for president dickhead. And he was like a progressive. Now, granted, he was running against Oz, so we had no choice, right? Fetterman was the guy we had to go in, but we have Tulsi Gabbard, right? I mean, so I guess now, I am concerned that we're entering an era of plants, okay? Where we are entering an era where if somebody wants to put a plant in there in a 6-year Senate seat, they may send him out as like, this anti-Zionist Medicare for all person, and the minute they get elected, they may not be that, okay? They may turn into John Fetterman, okay? And so I, like, when my alarm bells go off now, I ask questions about it, right? I guess I don't know. Call it the age of AI. This is such a pointless convo. I don't think it is. I feel like, you know, like discussing where our party's going and like figuring out how we reconcile all our different factions, I think is really important, guys, you know? And what I need to know, I guess, is I need to know if going forward for leftist ideology, if people having Nazi tattoos are going to be a deal breaker or not anymore. Like what I guess I'm saying is if Graham Platner wins and becomes the U.S. Senator and the next guy that touts leftist ideology also has a Nazi tattoo that he accidentally got when he was 20, are we going to like be like, oh yeah, like that's just something we overlook now? Like, is this a precedent or is this simply a Graham Platner thing? And like, do you guys not think about that? Like, about like the future of our party? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, like if another leftist candidate like saying stuff has a Nazi tattoo, are you going to like listen to that person's story and believe in that too? Is that, or is it a case by case basis? Okay, because guys, like I know a lot of black content creators that also like think, you ready for this, guys? There are some black voters and black people and black content creators and that are questionable of some of the new leftist ideology because they think that some people will vote leftist even if the person is a racist, because they think white people will vote for leftist ideology over racism. There are some black people that are concerned about that. And right? And I hear them talking about that too, right? And so like, do you guys hear some of that? Have you guys heard black voters and black Democrats that have felt like a concern that leftist ideology, like someone could be racist and espouse or appear to be racist and espouse leftist ideology, and some people are okay with that. And like, and so that's a thing that is like our party is going to have to confront, because there are some black voters and black content creators that feel that way, that are suspicious. They think, wow, it seems like sometimes somebody can have leftist ideology and appear to be a racist, and people forget the racism. And that is something that we as Democrats, I think we need to look at that. Is that actually happening? Like, have you not seen people talk about that? Because I've definitely seen people talk about that. You know what I mean? And, right? Dude, 𝗙𝗧𝗏 is fucking terrible. Like, you can't even compare the two. I don't think Graham Platner is like Pete 𝗙𝗧𝗏, you know? You know what I'm saying? But like, dude, no, Joe Biden is really an interesting case, dude, because he towed some of those lines too, right? You know what I mean? He did. He towed some of those lines where, dude, he was a horrible racist when he was younger. And then he, like, you know what I'm saying? You know? Well, but so Scrimmers, the thing about this, Scrimmers, is I'm not saying that Graham Platner is a Nazi, but I'm saying that we, as the Democratic Party, have always walked a line where if somebody had a Nazi tattoo on their body, we considered it disqualifying because they were in some proximity to Nazism. That meant that we weren't going to trust them. And now we appear to be making new rules if they have a certain type of leftist ideology. And that to me is a brand new uncharted territory for me, guys. Okay? And I don't see how it's not uncharted territory for you. Maybe if you haven't been a Democrat for a long time, but I've been a Democrat for fucking 40 years. It'll be 40 years in 2028. Okay, that I've been a Democrat, 40 years. And there were things that were always disqualifying. And now I feel like we're changing the rules. And I like, you know, at the same time that I keep telling people like, hey man, I'm getting a little confused where anti-Zionism stops and anti-Semitism starts, and you're telling me that somebody with a Nazi tattoo is no longer disqualifying, which is not making that anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism thing any more crystal clear to me, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you not see that and realize that I am being extremely consistent in my analysis here, okay? Right? I am being extremely consistent. I am saying that I have always been someone who Nazi tattoo, no matter what the reason, that's disqualifying. Okay. That was a standard that had been well established. Okay. Now anti-Zionism comes up and I see the point of anti-Zionism. Okay. And I also see anti-Semites trying to use anti-Zionism as a cover to be anti-Semitic and not look like they're being it. And so I sometimes can't see where one ends and the other begins. And I'm being told by people I respect in my own party that the Nazi tattoo is no longer disqualifying, which is making that blurry area seem even more blurry to me. Okay. And if you can't understand that, like, then I don't know. I don't know where you're coming from. Right. Because I'm telling you, you know, I can't always tell like a clear cut, like there's certain people I can tell, like Crystal Ball. I listen to her talk and I can tell very clear where she is. Okay. But then I listen to 𝗙𝗏𝗏 talk and like, yeah, nope. Or Cenk Uygur and like, no, they're definitely drifting into the anti-Semitism. Okay. Even though they insist that they're not. And they too, like the guy with the Nazi tattoo, And so it is just, for me, there's just a weird, like, it's not as cut and dry to me, you know? You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know how comfortable I would be if there were 20 candidates in the Democratic Party that had gotten Nazi tattoos when they were 20 years old and now they regret them. I don't know how I would feel about that, guys, because, you know, I normally associate Nazi tattoos with like Nick Fuentes' crowd. And I don't want to wake up one day and look at the leftist Democratic Party and have them look like they're groypers. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, and I think that I shouldn't be hated or like told that I'm being unreasonable for having those feelings. Right? You know? Like, I want to be able to tell the difference between the groypers and my goddamn party. Like, I want to be able to look at them and see them shirtless and be able to know, all right, that guy's a groyper and that guy's a fucking leftist Democrat. And you know, and Graham Platner is like not making that, I mean, he covered it up now. Dude, you know, he covered it up now, but like, holy shit, bro. Dude. Dude, I don't think anybody hates me, but I think that here's what I think. You know what I'm saying? I think this, guys. I just think, and I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to move on, okay? But guys, I think some leftists, okay, are maybe so starved for like leftism and leftist ideology that I feel like maybe some people are so gung-ho about the anti-AIPAC, anti-Zionist, like we got to be the leftists, it's got to be Medicare for all, you just got to say the right thing. I think that maybe we might be letting some shit like some red flags go by us that we would not have normally let go by. And I'm not exactly sure why we're doing that, okay? Right? And because we used to judge people because of their old tattoos, okay? Especially if it was something that was like, you know, remotely fucking, you know what I'm saying? And so like, I'm just a little concerned about that like, you know, they need to change rules with politicians. If you can run on what you say, then you need to be accountable. But again, I think Platner's going to win. I think Platner's going to get in there, and then we're going to see. I think he's going to get a shot, and we're going to see him. But I just, you know, I just don't know if we should exclusively, like, just go by what people say. I think, you know, that we also do have to look at the red flags too, and at least acknowledge them and not just like let a whole bunch of red flags go. Like, for example, guys, here's the thing. You ready? So let me make a relationship metaphor. And this, guys, this isn't just about Graham Platner, okay? This is about the evolving of leftism and leftist ideology as it's revered in the Democratic Party. If you think this is just about Graham Platner, you're missing the whole fucking the forest for the trees, okay? Because my point is in a relationship, if I get focused on like the one thing this girl needs to have, right? Where like, man, this girl needs to have this one thing, okay? And this one thing is like what I'm hyper focused on. If she has that one thing, there can be like 10 red flags, and I might ignore the 10 red flags because she has the one thing. And every time I have done that in my relationship life, it has haunted me and blown up in my face. I have never like one thinged and ignored a bunch of red flags and had it work out in a happy and joyous way. Okay? The red flags usually mean something. And so I guess when I see like I want leftism to grow in our party, but I don't want leftism to grow because we one thing it, and then there's a whole bunch of red flags that we're not addressing, because I don't want to wake up one day and have a Democrat party like MAGA where some crazy demagogue has like taken control of it and shifted us into some perversion of what we're trying to do in the first place, which is to actually get like healthcare and education and civil rights back in order. Okay. And I'm not saying this is all about Graham Platner. I'm just saying Graham Platner is somebody that has some pretty big red flags to me. And everybody is telling me, no, ignore all that because of the one thing, right? Because of the one thing. And it's all about that like Zionist shit. And so I don't want to get so focused on Zionism that one day we wake up with fucking, even now, fucking Nick Fuentes is telling his people to vote Democrat, guys. And like, that is alarming to me too, because I take it as like, oh, he's joking. He just hates MAGA. But what if those guys come to our party? Like, what would we do, guys, if we had a bunch of new candidates like Graham Platner with former Nazi tattoos? What if the neo-Nazis actually want to join our party after that? What do we do? Right? If they decide, if Nick Fuentes decides I'm done with the right wing, I'm going to go over to the anti-Zionist party. Like, what would we do, guys? I mean, think about that. How would we handle that? Would we say, hey, man, we just want a big tent? Like, are you a former griper? You're not anti-Semitic anymore. You're just anti-Zionist now? Right? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, dude, I mean, shit happens. Nobody thought the civil rights movement was going to cause both parties to switch, but it did. In 1964, the civil rights movement caused the Southern Democrats to become Republicans. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, isn't that weird? You think about that shit? Like, holy shit, dude, I don't want that to happen. Dude, let's go. Oh, shit. But you know what I mean? But I mean, guys, think about this. Last thing, and then we move on. Because I realize I'm working out some demons around this, guys, as I fucking navigate this shit, right? But the thing is like, let me just tell you, we just had an election. That was Kamala Harris against fucking, right? Kamala Harris against Donald Trump. And during that election, a lot of leftists that I respect, okay, people that I listen to and I agree with on policy, hammered me online, right? I got into arguments with some of them about, they were conflicted about voting for Kamala Harris because she wouldn't say certain things. She wouldn't say certain things about Israel or about Zionism, right? Or about Gaza, okay? And they were like, she's not saying the right thing. And those same people, though, right now are looking at a guy who has a Nazi tattoo on his body, or had, he covered it up, and they're like, oh, forget about the Nazi tattoo. And like, don't you see an incongruence there? That they were like, oh, we got to be wary of Kamala Harris because she's not saying this thing. But this guy, well, forget about the actual lifetime tattoo he got on his body. That was just not a big deal. That's in the past, right? That feels incongruent to me. And it's the same people are telling me that, right? Now, you know what I mean? Now, I'm simple. Whoever wins the primary, I'm supporting. But I see an incongruence there where, you know what I'm saying? And whereas also, you ready for this? If Kamala Harris had said fucking anti-Zionist things and had said like, we got to protect Gaza and this is a genocide. But if Kamala Harris had a Nazi tattoo, would you guys have been like, oh, forget about that? Like Kamala Harris, she just got a Nazi tattoo back when she was like partying with fucking, in San Francisco. right? Would people have looked at her with the Nazi tattoo and fucking been okay with it? I really don't. I'm not sure about that, guys. Right? I'm not sure about that. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right. But dude, all right. Dude, what is more harmful, Platner or AIPAC? See, guys, the thing about this is like AIPAC is harmful, but guys, you ready? I just don't think AIPAC is the most harmful thing. Okay? And that's the thing, is like the people that think AIPAC is the only thing are also the ones that are telling me to forget about the guy's Nazi tattoo. And I think AIPAC is a huge problem, but so is the oil lobby and the crypto lobby and the fucking healthcare lobby and the insurance lobby. Like, all of those big money lobbies are the same fucking problem. It's not like if you get rid of AIPAC, we're going to have all the other Zionist lobbies to deal with, right? And that's just my point, is like AIPAC is not the fucking one and only thing, guys. I mean, we're acting like it is, but like, dude, there's like all of those other lobbies are just as fucking bad. And that's the thing that bothers me is like, if somebody just says, fuck AIPAC, and they're not AIPAC, everyone's like, cheers, even if they, maybe have a bunch of other red flags. And that is fucking, I think we need to be smarter than that. We can't just like have this one thing where like the only thing, we act like the only thing that matters is that no AIPAC lobby. And I mean, already I'm sure they're funneling their money into all different shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's like, because some people I hear that's their only judge. If somebody says fuck AIPAC, they're like on board and they forget everything else because that's it. That's the only thing they want to hear, is somebody who says fuck AIPAC and they're like anti-Israel. And right? And I mean, even with James Talarico, right? James Talarico won. And like I said, I have my white Christian guy reservations that I'm going to have to get over, but I fully support him. You know what I'm saying? And like, but the fact of the matter is he took money from Miriam Adelson. And like the whole time in the campaign, people were hammering Jasmine Crockett for being like AIPAC, but they didn't hammer Talarico for taking money from Miriam Adelson. And like, she's one of Donald Trump's biggest fucking contributors. And like, so that's really confusing because he gave a good reason for like taking that money or whatever. But like, dude, he's a white Christian guy who took money from Miriam Adelson. Like, isn't that just as concerning as whatever AIPAC connection Jasmine Crockett was perceived to have? I mean, how are we not like, how are we not all on board with that? You know what I'm saying? And you say compare the numbers so somebody can take a little bit of AIPAC money and you're okay with it. If it's like, right? If like Scrimmers, according to Scrimmers, if you take a little bit of AIPAC money, he's okay with it, right? I just mean it's like those types of confusing things are now happening in our party, and I think we should be okay like talking about that, okay? Right? We should be okay talking about this stuff. I'm going to talk about this shit, okay? I'm going to talk about this shit because like, guys, I'm looking at red flags. I'm looking at red flags. We're going to be looking at red flags through the primary. And I'm telling you right now, you ready for this? It's funny because right now, you know who my favorite presidential candidate is right now? You're going to hate me, but my favorite presidential candidate right now, I don't even know if he's running, but right now I actually think it's 𝗫𝗏𝗏, right? That's funny, right? Like right now, as it stands, my current presidential frontrunner of people who I think might be running is 𝗫𝗏𝗏. Let's go. That's where I'm standing right now. Oh, shit. Dude, let's go. But all right. Anyway, back to our shit, guys. Talarico wins, and he wins convincingly. But you ready though, guys? Can I just show you? Can I show you something, guys? Because I want to show you something here, just to show you what's going on, okay? Because what I want to look at is I want to look at Talarico's map, all right? And I want to compare it to something. All right, you ready? So let's look at something here, guys. I want to look at these two maps. I'm intrigued by this. I don't know why this map is not showing. Oh, there we go. All right. So let's look at these maps, dude. Because I find this to be interesting. Okay. Looking at, because we're thinking about statewide, right? We're like Talarico wins. All right. And Talarico wins. And like I was looking at, he's in the green. Okay, you see him dominating in fucking, especially up here. But look, there's like Jasmine Crockett was winning some of the pockets that were here. Right now, granted, this is red versus blue, right? You know what I'm saying? Like over here. So this is including all the Republican voters. But what we can see is even in the red, you can see that this is like a very Democratic area. Right. And then you see that like that is also an area where like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one was won by Talarico, which was a predominantly blue area. But like Jasmine Crockett, like if you look at the strongholds, right, in the Democratic for Kamala Harris, like Talarico took all the strongholds, even in Houston. Right? I mean, Jasmine Crockett won like most of Houston, but like Talarico definitely fucking like pulled in Houston. But you can absolutely see that Talarico that like I feel like the moderate voters, the moderate Dems for sure in Texas were very Talarico, okay? Which is really crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, guys, isn't it bizarre? Dude, let's go. Andrew, appreciate you, boss. Dude, again, guys, if Platner wins the primary, I'm fucking supporting him, just so you know, right? I want there to be no questions there. I support the primary winners, okay? But you ready? So this is what is confusing to me, guys. Okay? Because Jasmine Crockett, okay? You ready? Help me make sense of this, guys. Okay? Because I told you, I'm going to preface something here. I told you how a lot of the black voters and a lot of the black people and black content creators I know have wondered if progressive ideology, if leftist ideology is more important than potential racism. Okay? I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it's a concern of people of color that leftists will vote for leftist ideology, even if there's some racism. Okay? That's a concern with a segment of the Democratic Party. Now, what's intriguing about this, guys, is if you look at the map, you see that Talarico won the moderates, okay? Talarico won the moderates, and Talarico is going to potentially win the white right-wing coded independents, and he might win this Senate seat, okay? Right? Winning the Senate seat is what matters. But like the progressives are like the leftists are definitely voting for a more moderate candidate in Texas trying to win Texas. Okay. Now that's interesting because they also simultaneously a lot of times don't like the moderate candidate, even if the moderate candidate could win, right? Like if there's a moderate presidential candidate that could potentially Talarico the presidency, I feel like the leftists would be against that moderate presidential candidate, but they did support the moderate Senate candidate, even though he's a white Christian, even though he took money from Miriam Adelson. And like, I'm curious about that, like, dichotomy. Talarico more moderate? I don't know if Talarico is more moderate in his voting. I don't know. It'll remain to see. But Talarico is definitely not as leftist as Jasmine Crockett, or I don't think he is. He doesn't appear to be. I mean, he did speak the billionaire talk and the anti 1% thing, but like I don't know. He's also got a lot of elements of him that appear to be, you know, moderate Christian white guy, you know? You think he's more progressive than Jasmine Crockett? I mean, I like them both, right? I think they're very different, right? And does he have when you say he's more progressive than Jasmine Crockett, do you say that because because of his voting record? Like, is that his voting record in Texas? Right? Well, but Jerry, hold on, Jerry. So the thing is, though, Jerry, is like platform. I mean, does his platform match his voting record? Right? Because platform isn't always like the thing, right? Let's see what his platform is. I mean, I'm sure his platform is going to be like fairly leftism thing, right? Let's see, let's look at healthcare. Is he Medicare for all? So he passed bills that capped insulin, as did Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, right? And he does say healthcare is a right. So he wants to provide a not-for-profit option. So he's a public option guy. So he's not Medicare for all, but he is a public option guy. And protect and improve the ACA. Right? Dude, guys, listen to me. I want Texas to win. And I think Talarico can absolutely win, guys. Right? But I'm a little confused here, though. Right? Because in his platform here, I'm a little confused, okay? Because I get with this, and he's been consistent with that. But he wants to protect the ACA, and though with a public option, right? You know what I mean? Because like the public option, right, allowing every American to join Medicare, like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that is, like that could be good, right? It could, a public option. But I will say this, we have public health care here in Oregon that you can get if you're a waiter or like a lower middle class person. But it is like, there are some hoops with it where there are only certain providers. It's not taken everywhere. Certain areas you have long waits. You know what I'm saying? And like so it's but so Talarico though is not a Medicare for all. He is a public option Medicare, right? Which is interesting, right? I knew he was supported the ACA, but like those I think are competing interests. You know what I mean? I think these are a little bit of competing interests where, like, if you're improving the ACA, like, I think we sort of have to pick one. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Dude, healthcare is a big one. I think healthcare is a big one. And Crockett's campaign, right? Crockett's campaign definitely, I felt like went south. I felt like her campaign got, I don't know, it got off policy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I think, like her campaign got off policy, and I think that was sort of detrimental, right? I think the tension here is between economically progressive and socially progressive, and yes, no, you know, Forbes, you ready? You ready? Dude, I think Forbes nailed it right there, guys, where Forbes says that there is a tension between economically progressive and socially progressive because there is a push to de-emphasize the social. Let's not go too heavy into the trans rights or the LGBTQ rights. Let's have a big tent and focus just on the economic stuff to win, right? Like, there absolutely is that. But here's the problem that I have, guys, that like fucks me up a little bit. Dude, take care, Jen. I know this is exhausting. But the thing that fucks me up a little bit, and yeah, guys, don't pile on people in chat, okay? Don't fucking pile on people in chat if they're like more left or more center or whatever. I mean, everybody should be able to be who they are. But guys, I think like if we go the route of pure economic populism, okay, let's just say the Dems lean into pure economic populism, okay, against the billionaires. It's the lower class against the rich class, and we're going into things like the public option, okay, and we go after that one big tent. The problem is that pure economic populism is going to leave some people out, but it's not going to leave out the white people, okay? And this is one of the things that I think has everybody in the Democratic Party nervous about the populism coalition, okay? Right? Is that if we have a public option, okay, like if we let everybody join Medicare, okay, what's going to happen is the really poor people are going to join Medicare, and a lot of them are going to be minorities and LGBTQ people, and then providers are going to start like deprioritizing the Medicare people to the very back row, and especially if they're like people of color, and especially in red states, like red states are going to do fuckery. So I guess we have to be really careful about how we institute some of this progressive shit, because guys, you ready for this? Let me just tell you, I want progressive policies, but not if it leaves out like the LGBTQ and the people of color, right? Like I would rather not have progressive policies, okay, if we leave out the LGBTQ and the people of color. Like if we focus only on economic populism and it gets the white people the benefits, but it excludes the people of color, like I don't want that, right? I don't want that. You know what I mean? Like that to me would not feel like a win, even though it could potentially give us a big Democratic tent. It would give us a lot of like right-wing coded independents that would then vote for the Democrats, right? Like if we stopped focusing on trans rights and LGBTQ rights, you know how big our populist tent would be over here? But we would have a whole bunch of like bigots that were just pretending like they're not bigots, you know? You know what I mean? And like that, I guess, is what I find concerning about some of this shit. I mean, do you guys think about that shit? Like, have you noticed how there's sort of a push of like, let's not make too big a deal about like, you know, like, let's not focus too much on these social issues, right? You know, I don't know, man. But regardless, dude, Talarico won, dude, and he won fucking convincingly. You know what I'm saying? He won convincingly. You need another beer to focus. Dude, let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, I mean, that's a big win, guys. 8 points. Yeah. Guys, again, you ready? Oh, I don't think James is a bigot. I don't think James is a bigot at all. I don't think James is a bigot. I don't. I never got that notion from him that he was a bigot. Not at all. And I mean, dude, James has a record. Okay, guys? I mean, when you look at the people we talked about tonight, like Platner and James Talarico has a voting record that is established of him being in the state legislature. You know what I mean? And the thing is I guess the thing that's a little more complicated with me with somebody like Platner is Platner doesn't have a voting record. He's this guy who was like discovered by Zoran Mamdani's campaign manager, or like somebody that had done some strategy for Zoran. And so that's what sort of elevated Platner into that. Like, I don't know if you guys know that, but I believe it was a Zoran Mamdani campaign associate, somebody that had worked on Zoran's campaign, that first discovered Graham Platner, right? And you know, but I guess I don't know, like, it is, you know, I mean, he says to codify Roe v. Wade, okay? So he's saying the right things, you know what I mean? And I definitely, you know, don't get the same alarm bells with James Talarico like that I get with Graham Platner, right? You know, I don't. And you know what I mean? And the main primary is a ways away. So if we look at this, let's go to the New York Times 2026. The main primary is in June 9th is when Maine goes. So we have next week, we have Mississippi. Then we have Illinois, guys. Fucking 𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗏 is coming up, dude, in 2 weeks. Cat's fucking primary is coming up. You know? And then we have fucking I guess that's the runoff. The Arkansas runoff. That's right. We have runoff dates. That's where I get confused, right? Talarico's Christian faith. So guys, with Talarico and me, okay, that's a me thing, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like for me, and let me acknowledge the difference here, because I know we talked a lot about Graham Platner. The thing about the Graham Platner thing is that Nazi tattoo shit is really hard for me, because that's like I feel like just a general ick that I have that is fusing with other fucking shit. Like, how does one have a Nazi tattoo on their body and not know it? Like, how, right? You know what I mean? But like, whatever. And the whole, like, you know, private school, but pretending he's working class. Though these are all me things. But the Christianity thing in general, everybody who's like a devout Christian, I guess I wonder where they actually stand inside on this shit. You know what I'm saying? And yes, I agree with Callie that you do have to watch people over time. I think, you know what's crazy about it is if Graham Platner had like 10 years of voting record that I could see, I might feel differently. But the fact that this guy sort of rose out of nowhere and has no voting record and is just saying all the progressive shit and playing the part is a little confusing to me with the red flags. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? You know, so like that was just for me was always a deal breaker. Like I wouldn't want to be in a party with a whole bunch of people that like had Nazi tattoos on their body. I think it would cease to feel like it was my party, you know what I mean? And so that was what was a little concerning to me, you know, especially with my, you know, the fact that I am sometimes in a state of confusion as to where anti-Zionism ends and anti-Semitism begins, because I know that you can criticize the government of Israel and the like, you know, the Netanyahu government, the IDF and all that. And it's not anti-Semitic. And you can question like the Israeli regime's like moves and desires. And that is not anti-Semitic. Absolutely. Right. And being so vehemently like anti-Israel that any money from anybody who is Jewish or any money from anybody who's got like an Israeli background or where the only issue you focus on is AIPAC is like, that feels all like really hyper extreme, right? Because certainly there are people from Israel that donate money to candidates that don't agree with Benjamin Netanyahu, and they should be separate from Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Right? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's like so much of it is like, it's become so vehement to where some people are, if all they look at is AIPAC, if they see anything that they see as a support of Israel, they're like, fuck that. They're out. You know what I mean? And it's like, but like, why, you know, I guess I wonder why the AIPAC or the perceived Israel support is the litmus test, but the Nazi tattoo is not a litmus test. Right? That to me seems like a little weird, okay? And it's always going to seem a little weird to me, guys. You know, I'm just telling you that the fact that perceived support of Israel is a litmus test, but having a Nazi tattoo on your body is not. It is like, I feel like those two things are weird. Okay? And we should be asking questions there. Dude, AIPAC uses horrible tactics. I know, but all of the super PACs do, right? All of the super PACs do. Dude, all of the PAC money, guys. I'm just telling you guys, you ready? I am just telling you this, that AIPAC is not the only Zionist super PAC. Just so you know, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as we know that, as long as we're aware that, like, the oil lobby, I think, is also Zionist, right? The pharmaceutical lobby is Zionist. The healthcare lobby, right? I think all of those big evangelical billionaire, like, lobbies are all Zionist, too. Not just AIPAC, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, we do recognize that, right? That it's not just AIPAC, that it's really all of them, you know? I'm misrepresenting the progressive pressure to stop taking AIPAC money. I am not, guys. I am not. I am simply saying that, like, we don't want the pressure to stop taking, we don't want the stopping of taking AIPAC money to be the one and only thing we grade a candidate on. Because then what you're literally going to do is you're going to get a bunch of shitbags that like, if they want to keep the government as a status quo, they're going to know the easy way to get in there is to do that one thing. That's all, guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, literally, can I show you something, guys, that happened today? Okay, look at this. I'll show you what I mean in somebody who responded to my tweet. Okay, so look at this tweet today about, let me show you a reply that I did, guys, where to 𝗙cie, Okay? It was to 𝗙𝗍𝗄𝗎's tweet. Let me just show you what I mean about the AIPAC Zionist hammer. Okay? So look at this. So 𝗙𝗍𝗄𝗎 tweets about losing his account. Okay? You know what I mean? And then look at what I said here. I said crazy. I'm talking about TikTok here, guys. I said they will, however, still allow you to abuse the shit out of women on TikTok. Okay? That they never have a problem with that. And this is a thing that I see consistently on TikTok, where there's a lot of like really deeply misogynist content on TikTok, and they're okay with it. But if you're critical of Trump, if you do the Epstein shit, if you start being pro-Palestine, they fucking get on your ass on TikTok, right? But look at the guy that fucking responded here, right? And look at what he said. He said, dude, I'm convinced violence against women content is pure 𝗍𝗍𝗪. Okay? They want to desensitize young men. If they can make it okay to commit violence to women around them, they certainly won't care about oppressed people being slaughtered in another country. So this guy is now conflating like misogyny on TikTok to being like Zionist, even though the misogyny on TikTok was there when the Chinese were running it long before Larry Ellison bought it. And misogyny is not a purely Zionist psyop. But like this guy, whoever he is conflating every single issue back to Zionism. Okay? You know what I mean? And like again, this guy is like a rando and a whacked out. But like, guys, there's a lot of this stuff that is sort of infiltrating social media now that is either bots that are trying to fuck around and fuck up the Zionism sort of thing, or there are actually people who just think everything is now like a Zionist psyop, which is like, if you think everything is a Zionist psyop, that might be veering into that weird gray area of anti-Semitism, right? You know what I mean? And like, you know what I mean? And like, so we don't know. This platform, though, is based in the US, has been around since 2009. It's been a long time. And he follows me. I don't even know who it is, right? But it's like somebody who, you know, is fucking like pro-Palestinian, okay? You know what I'm saying? And is very anti, like, right, the mainstream leadership. But like, dude, this account, though, has been around since 2009, right? That's a long time. Like, I don't think that's a bot, guys. A bot from 2009? Really? Like, that is like such an early adopter. That is like a brand new. You think that this account was like, they started a bot account all the way back in 2009? Or, you know what I mean? Like, that's an old account. It's not brand new, but they're definitely retweeting Hassan, and they're retweeting, like, you know, a lot of the fucking, you know what I'm saying? A lot of like the progressive people, right? Yes. So guys, that's just the thing, guys. I like, you know, and he is a Graham Platner fan for sure. All right. A lot of Hassan. He's retweeting MTG. Dude. Oh shit. But like, bro, and he definitely doesn't like John Fetterman, which I'm down with. But like, when I read this and it got like 12 likes, you know what I'm saying? So other people read this and like sort of agreed this, but like, to me, this was like, I was like, holy shit. I almost responded to it, but then I didn't, you know? And is he a tanky communist? I don't even know what a tanky communist is, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if right, if they're, what is a tanky communist? I mean, I've heard that. I know what a communist is, right? In the vein of like anti-capitalism, but I'm not sure what a tankie is. I hear that word, and usually I hear that word associated with like Hassan's fan base, but or 𝗏𝗏, right? But I'm not exactly sure what a tankie is. I don't know if I was talking to a tankie, if I would know, like you know what I'm saying? They spout commie shit, but what is communist shit? You know what I'm saying? Like because technically communism is anti-capitalism. Like technically I'm a communist because I am sort of like against capitalism, right? Because if you really look at communism, it is just anti-capitalism. There's, I mean, I guess if you get deep into it, it's this idea of like that communal ownership, right? But I'm not even sure. I don't think people have like a uniform definition for what communism is, right? I mean, do you guys? Like, everybody put your definition of communism in the chat, and let's see if we are all, if they're all the same, right? That, I challenge you guys, everybody. It means seize the means of production for all industries, Bingewood, or just primary ones? Oh, so they support authoritarian. So they're fine with authoritarian anti-capitalism? Right? Dude, let's go. Guys, dude, tonight is so interesting, isn't it? I really think, right? I really think that tonight has been an interesting stream, guys. I hope you don't hate me for tonight, right? 𝗏𝗏 isn't a tankie. Yeah, no, I don't think 𝗏𝗏 is a tankie. I've just thought that some of the tankies like 𝗏𝗏, like that 𝗏𝗏 appeals to some of them. I don't think 𝗏𝗏 is one, right? Like Hassan isn't a tankie, is he? Why did they call him tankies? Where did that name even come from? Dude, I'm with dirty sweater. Like, I would like to have a new unstigmatized word. I would like to have a new word. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you like to have a new word, guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't you, instead of just socialism, communism, and fucking, like, capitalism, wouldn't you like to have a new word? Could we have a word like humanism? Right? Couldn't we have a new word like a humanism or something where that prioritizes, like, human life? And that is not, like, because I feel like we get caught up. Right? I feel like we have these buzzwords that prevent progress, right? That, like, we should have humanism or humanist or some shit, you know? You know what I'm saying? Punkism. Where all property, there we go. It's a political and economic ideology that advocates for a classless, moneyless, and stateless society. Hassan identified himself as a white man on the Don Lemon show. I mean, compared to Don Lemon, Hassan is a white man. You know what Hassan is, though? Is I don't know how you would rank him on the scale of color, right? Because I know he's Turkish, but like Hassan is like white passing. He functions as white passing in our society. And you know what I mean? And I think that is like, there is something to be said in American society for white passing. Okay. That supported sending tanks into Hungary. Okay. Right. It's just a derogatory word like lib. Got it. Yeah. You know, I mean, like the, you know, and there are some people that aren't so like, you know, that are less or more white passing. But guys, very early on, having this discussion about like the race and progressive ideology, somebody mentioned Europe, like, hey, they don't have that problem in Europe with their leftist ideology. But like, I think America has a unique racism problem. Okay. America has a unique racism problem in that we have been very split over race. Okay. We have been very split over race in America. We have, you know what I mean? Like we have a dividing line in America where there is a very distinct racial split here that is profound and deeply embedded in all of our institutions. And Europe has racism, but it's not like entrenched in every fucking, you know what I'm saying? It's not entrenched in every fabric of their systemic shit, okay? Europe's isn't, right? There still is racism there, but in America, it is. Like race and class are inseparable here in America. You know what I'm saying? Good night, Stacy. Take care. Right? Like it is like our class in America is race to a large degree. There is in addition to that, there is a working class and you know, billionaire class, but but it really, though, our class is like race first. Okay, if you just focus on the working class and the billionaire class, the people of color will get fucked. That's why I think the left-wing populism that doesn't address race is really problematic. Because if we only focus on the ownership class and the working class, the people of color are going to get squeezed out 100%. That, like, the American society will do that. They will get shit. They will get shit upon. Okay? We have to, like, the race part needs to be in the equation, right? It does. It's like race is class, right? You know what I'm saying? Like race is class. Class isn't race, but race is class. And so you can't have a class war without addressing the racial component of that class war, you know? How can what Israel is doing not make you hate them? Well, so the thing about it, though, Nirvana, Tyler, is like the word Israel, right? Like, because you could say, how can what America is doing not make you hate America? But like, I don't hate America. I hate Donald Trump and MAGA. Okay. I don't hate Israel, like the country of Israel. I do hate Netanyahu and the IDF and the Americans that move over there and are super Zionists and the fucking crazy Zionist evangelicals in our government that are in cahoots with them trying to set off the rapture. I hate that. But I don't see all the people of Israel as that. There's a whole bunch of people in Israel that are stuck there and are having missiles land on their fucking heads because of what Netanyahu's doing. And they were protesting Gaza and, like, you know what I'm saying? So I separate Israel from, like, the government and, like, but it's confusing, though, because Israel was founded as this protectionist place that is now fused with all this oppression and shit. So it's all super confusing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Dude, no, I know, dude. The Trump admin is crazy. Dude, they're doing an ethnic cleansing here in America. Like literally, guys. Isn't that crazy? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're doing an ethnic cleansing here in America, guys. Like, we are. I mean, we're not doing it as severe as fucking like, Netanyahu is. They're not bombing the neighborhoods, but they kind of were. I mean, they were going in there with thousands of agents and smashing car windows and leaving cars in the middle of the street. They weren't dropping bombs on them, but they were fucking, like tear gassing and shooting people just on a smaller scale. But I mean, isn't that crazy? That like we're doing it here in America? Like it's literally happening fucking here too, that the Trump admin is trying to do a constitutionally an end around of the U.S. Constitution to do a similar, ethnic cleansing as to what Netanyahu's trying to do over there. And he, Trump, think about it. If Trump had more power, right? If Trump had more power, he would invade Canada and Mexico. If he had enough power, if he could get the backing of enough people, you know what I mean? Could you picture it? I could absolutely picture that, of the U.S. here being just like, Netanyahu's IDF is over there, right? Right? When you say you hate America, you obviously mean the Trump regime and the GOP. Yeah, I get that. And like, I think what's hard for me, guys, is like I said, so when I was in college, I was in a fraternity called Sigma Alpha Mu that was predominantly Jewish fraternity. And I had not known any Jewish people prior to joining that fraternity. And I didn't know that it was a predominantly Jewish fraternity when I joined. It was something I found out after I joined. And it had been founded by Jewish guys way back when. And now there were a couple of us that were not Jewish that were in that fraternity. But that was my first experience of introduced to the Jewish religion, okay? And I saw a lot of anti-Semitism like directed at these guys, you know what I mean, in college, right? It was like really wild how entrenched it was. And you don't really notice it until you're hanging out in their, like, I guess, their environment is when you start seeing it more. It becomes more pronounced, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you go and hang out with a crowd of black people a lot, you will see the racism. You will see it way clearer than you see it if you're just walking around as a white guy, right? And so what was interesting about it is for me, because of that experience of getting to know a bunch of Jewish guys in college and getting to know the Jewish religion, and then going out into the world and getting to know lots of other Jewish people after that, and working in a Jewish deli for many years. I worked at Jerry's Deli, even though many of the employees were not Jewish, but the owners were. But so I saw a lot of anti-Semitism, right? And then what's interesting is so now when I hear people just say shit like fuck Israel, right? Even though they may be talking about Netanyahu, some of that sentiment and that vitriol directed just using the word Israel kicks up for me some of the shit that I used to, like the anti-Semitism that I used to see back in college, and I have seen many times since. And so from my experience, our lingo now, and like, you know, this shit is a little discombobulating for me, because sometimes some of the things that people are saying is anti-Zionist feels very similar to the anti-Semitic shit, right? Even though like trashing on Netanyahu is like, has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. And then they try to play it up too, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Zionists try to play the anti-Semitism card to get away with their shit, right? And then the anti-Semites try to play the Zionism card. Oh, I'm just fighting Zionism to get away with their shit. And sometimes for me, it's just super fucking like super confusing as to what's what, you know. I sometimes, you know, it's super confusing, right? You know, and I'm being honest about that. And that's part of me like trying to navigate this new reality we have, you know, because I do want to stop funding the Israel war machine, okay? Right? And the Israel war machine is like the government and the IDF and Benjamin Netanyahu and the American evangelicals that want to start the rapture over there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Right? And like, you know, right? Zionism is an ideology, not a religion or an ethnicity, right? Yeah. But again, like, so what is the basis of the Zionist ideology? Then explain that, like in a sentence, explain the basis of Zionist ideology, right? Give it to me in the one sentence version there, Midnight, right? That like, I'm going to wait on that one sentence description. No. I'm just curious about the one sentence description. You're sick and tired of being sick and tired? But I believe Zionism is, I mean, I have my own thing of what I think Zionism is too, right? You know what I'm saying? I feel like the Zionism is tied to Christianity, right? You're not touching this? But like what's crazy though about like the thing that's really crazy about it is where it gets confusing is belief in the justification of an ethnostate. Okay. And so the ethnostate, let me ask you this. Is the idea behind the ethnostate, like the real Zionists believe that Israel should only be Jews? Is that what they believe? They believe that all Arabs and shit should be out of Israel? Is that what the Zionists believe? Or is it the ethnostate is just the Jewish ethnicity, the Israeli? Because see, even with ethnostate, there's a little confusion, okay? Because like Israel was founded, okay? Israel was founded as a place that was safe for people to practice the Jewish religion after the Holocaust, okay? That's what it was founded for. Okay, if you go back, now I'm not saying they lived up to that ideal, but the Holocaust happened, the world was horrified, and they said, okay, we're going to give you this land, and you're free to go practice your religion there, and you're going to be safe and protected, and nobody's going to fuck with you. They're not going to re-Holocaust you, right? But then it got like spun out of control. You know what I'm saying? Right? But so the thing though then is the ethnostate, right? Is the ethnostate it being a religious state? Or is the ethnostate a race? Like America, the evangelical Christians here want an ethnostate that is white, Okay. And they also, though, it's got to be Christian. Religion is tied into the American ethno-state. They want it to be white Christian. Okay. Now, if you're looking at like what do we perceive the Zionist ethno-state is, it's supposed to be Jewish, Israeli, non-Arab Jewish, right? Because it doesn't necessarily have to be Israeli. It could be American refugee Jews, right? But it would be Jewish, the ethno-state, and non-Arab, wouldn't it? If that would be the Zionist ethno-state, right? Wouldn't it? I mean, Judaism is attached to the ethno-state. Like they don't, the Zionists don't want a bunch of Christians over there, do they? They wouldn't want Israel to be all Christians, would they? I mean, they are like, there's a faction of them that are about Judaism, isn't it? I think like that's the thing. I think Judaism is involved somewhere in this ethno-state function. Okay. It's just not Arabs. Okay. There's like zero Arabs is the thing, right? It's like they're like, for them, it's no Arab, no Muslim, right? Right. But Christians are okay, but Christians don't get to have the power. Right. And because I guess what like Zionism feels like white Christian supremacy. Yeah, I know the delay does suck. So we'll have to talk about, I'm sure we'll talk about this at another time. Right? But you know what I mean? But yeah, but see, that's just it. Like I think like, yeah, I know the delay sucks. Right? But so I guess that the thing is like there is a Jewish aspect to the Zionism. So if right, and here's my point, guys, is I'm not saying that everything anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic. But if anti-Zionism means you're against the ethno-state, and the ethno-state is about a Jewish state, then there is some against Jewish that is in the anti-Zionism. Like you can't, if the ethno-state has to be a Jewish ethno-state, and you're anti the ethno-state, there is a little bit of anti-Jewish in there. Right? Or anti-Jewish when it's trying to have an ethno-state, right? Which is like where I think that gray area gets a little fucking confusing, because I would imagine that for Jewish people, it's real easy for anti-Zionism to feel like it is anti-them when they're Jewish, right? Even though it might not be. I bet it might feel that way for some of the Jewish people. Okay. You know, the same way that like, you know, when I talk about anti-Christianity, some Christians get really upset at me. Like the non-MAGA Christians, they get really mad at my anti-Christianity, like feelings. You know what I'm saying? And Judaism is against apartheid. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I get it. So you're, but, so again, though, with Israel being formed as a safe place for there to be Jewish people without having their religion be harassed, right? Nobody should have an ethno-state. Yeah, no, I get it. You know, nobody should have an ethno-state. Absolutely. Like, that is absolutely, like I agree with that nobody should have an ethno-state. But like at the same time, it feels like a lot of people do have the anti, you know, like a lot of, like there are sort of like ethnostates, like, you know what I mean? I mean, there are, like, isn't China is like an ethnostate, isn't it? Right? And I mean, if you, right? Isn't China like an ethnostate? Right? Like China is an ethnostate, isn't it? It seems to me that it is, but it doesn't get judged as such. But I feel like China has the vibes definitely of an ethno-state, but like China, it gets forgiven, you know what I mean? Or ignored. Like, you know, granted, China's not really bombing around taking shit. Non-Chinese are not second-class citizens. There's no apartheid. Okay. Yeah, no, I get it. Okay. So there's not a de facto like apartheid built in. Got it. Right? Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, dude, this shit is like complicated, boss. Do we fund China? I mean, we do. We do. We just fund it differently, Midnight. We fund China by we moved our entire manufacturing base to China. So we fund China by we moved all the American jobs, like most of our jobs. We don't give them money, but we gave them all our jobs, right? We literally funded them by giving them all our fucking manufacturing industry, right? And yeah, dude, they are doing genocidal stuff, aren't they? Right? Yeah. See, that's it. I don't know. I think China has some ethno-state. I think China has, we do fund China, guys. Yeah, we absolutely fund China. We just do it like indirectly. China's not doing a fucking genocidal thing. Dudes, complicated shit. All right, all right. Dude, how can you say, right? Like, how can you say that us sending all our manufacturing to China is not funding China? Like, I don't understand how you can say that we don't fund China. Like, we literally made them a superpower. And we it's almost like we funded them more by giving them manufacturing. We could have given them $500 billion a year and they would be less powerful now than if we, right? Like us giving all our manufacturing to China literally was more than if we gave them $10 billion a year. Like, oh my God, bro. Like we... Dude, let's go. We use them for cheap labor and they make the best out of it. Yeah. Well, see, that's interesting though, because I think that's it. Like we use China for cheap labor And they, right? And we use Israel to carry out war in the Middle East. And that's kind of what we've always done, right? Dude. Oh, shit. You know, I think, though, dude, actually, 𝗙𝗍𝗍, I think your knowledge of foreign policy is severely lacking because you only look at funding as somebody sending money to a country. Like, you know what I'm saying? And you don't look at like the other ways that we fund, but we fund countries in many different ways. We fund countries through like participation in NATO, in defense of other countries. We fund countries by selling products there and using their infrastructure. We fund countries by fucking protecting them. We fund countries by sending our manufacturing there, where we build their entire GDP, but we get a little something out of it. And even when we send countries military and weapons, we do it, you know, I mean, we fund fucking Saudi Arabia too. And we fund, you know, some of the other Arab states and Israel. And I mean, there's all kinds of funding. It's not simply the only way you fund people is by sending them money. You know what I'm saying? But again, though, what I would like to reiterate is with Israel, America has gotten something because America has funded Israel because Israel has just gone to war with all of the Muslim countries and continually destabilized the Middle East. And like the United States wants the Middle East destabilized because they're afraid that like if they control the oil and they're stable and powerful and have a powerful military, like we'll be at great risk. You know what I mean? I mean, like as long as I've been alive, right? As long as I've been alive, there have been fucking, you know, as long as I have been alive, right? We have been creating war in the Middle East, you know, as long as I've been alive. Okay. It started in the 1970s, right? Like as long as I've been alive, we have been engaged in some type of war or creating war and chaos in the Middle East my whole life, right? In my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, in my 50s. And here we are, we're still doing it, right? And it's because there's some resources there. We've done the same shit in Venezuela, also where there's coincidentally the resources of oil. And I mean, and 𝗙𝗍𝗍, though, just so you know, when you say, like, you keep saying I'm taking you wrong, but you keep saying a blanket statement in my chat. You keep saying my knowledge of foreign policy is severely lacking. You've said that like a dozen fucking times tonight. But like, instead of saying something like that, why don't you share your vast knowledge of foreign policy instead of continually saying that my knowledge is lacking, because I'm not stupid about foreign policy, you know? And like, instead of you continually telling me I'm something I'm not, you could just share your vast knowledge of foreign policy, you know, because it's pretty annoying for you to just sit there and say your knowledge of foreign policy is severely lacking over and over again, instead of just dropping your fucking knowledge. Like, so drop some knowledge or quit saying that stupid shit, okay? Because I'm not an idiot, okay? I'm not an idiot. And so stop talking to me like I'm an idiot. And if you know so much about foreign policy, share it. Share your vast knowledge. But don't sit there and talk to me like I'm an idiot and keep dismissing me. You know? I mean, it's like that's not the way to go, to just continually dismiss me. Like, come on. Like, share the knowledge. If you have so much foreign policy knowledge, like, share it. I'm open to learning. You know, I am. I am open to learning. I'm not open to like talking about the things I believe and think about and then having somebody just tell me I'm wrong all the time without also simultaneously educating me. You know, like share the knowledge. Well, dude, foreign policy is so complicated because it changes depending on what your intention is. That's what's really hard about it is nobody, you know what I'm saying? Nobody has the answer to foreign policy because everybody, like your foreign policy is based on what your objective is. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like that's what's really hard about it is it's objective based, you know? It's true. Like your foreign policy, depending on what your objective is going to color your foreign policy, right? Like, you know, but people aren't always they're not always upfront about what their objective is, you know? But you literally, 𝗙cie, I'm going to show you right now. You literally said 1 minute ago, you told me right here that like it was not hours ago, but you literally said it right here. Your knowledge of foreign policy could use serious work. That was like 5 minutes ago. And you have said that to me every 5 minutes for like this entire night. Okay. And I'm just saying, don't say that to me anymore. If you are really knowledgeable about foreign policy, like talk about your knowledge of foreign policy and explain this foreign policy thing instead of just continually telling me, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's my point is if you have the knowledge, share the knowledge. Okay. You know, share the knowledge, school me, teach me, right? Don't just sit there and be dismissive because it sounds like that, you know what I'm saying? Like I would rather have you share your vast knowledge of foreign policy than to just sit there and be dismissive the whole time. I mean, I am here to get educated. I certainly don't know everything about everything, but I'm talking about all this shit because it's really important to me. And I'm asking questions and I'm looking at the world. I'm looking at the party. I'm looking at our politics and I'm like discussing it. But like you guys who know a lot about foreign policy, I want you to explain all this shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know what I mean? And like, you know, but like, yes, like the whole soft power thing, like I am aware of what soft power is. I am also aware that sending your manufacturing base to another country is funding that country. You know what I'm saying? That is a way of funding that country, you know? And I mean, we don't just do it with China. We've done it with Nicaragua and Honduras. We do it with a lot of countries. We tend to do it with countries that don't have oil. Okay. We go to war with the countries that have oil. And then we go to what we perceive to be impoverished countries with cheap labor, and we fund their economy there while exploiting them. But then China got way out of hand because we sent all of it over there and they really capitalized on it. Right. And they like preyed upon our desire for cheap goods. And then it was Walmart that really fucked up the equation, right? Because Walmart became so big and based on Chinese manufacturing, and Walmart set the price floor so low that everybody was forced to go to China. You know, they were forced to go to China. And so then Walmart, in conjunction with our move to China, is what really fucking empowered China. And it empowered Walmart and it empowered China, and it left like the rural America out of the fucking loop, man. Dude, is Prince Andrew going down? Dude, let's go. Dude, Walmart. I mean, dude, Walmart is like, they are one of the deep, right? They're one of the biggest sort of, I feel like, American destroyers. Right? Oh, shit. Oh, look at Bradshaw, dude. The recipient of loans from Chinese state-owned entities. So, dude, they're funding us. Oh, dude. Shit, bro. Dude, China, Pine Box. Oh, man. Dude, yeah, Bradshaw's bringing it out. Yeah, I mean, guys, don't get me wrong. I'm a consummate learner, but I would love, you know, I appreciate people fucking like teaching me about shit as opposed to people just telling me, oh, you don't know anything, right? I mean, it's like, you know, just teach me. Don't be dismissive. I mean, if you know more than other people, you should share your knowledge, right? And teach people instead of like running around just telling people they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not like Joe fucking foreign policy, right? But I know some, you know. I mean, you know, it's hard because a lot of U.S. foreign policy is just based on serving corporate interests, right? Like we don't really have a coherent policy. You know, our foreign policy is usually about selling weapons or exploiting a workforce, right? Or wanting to set up a military base, you know. Right? Dude, let's go. Dude, let's go, baby. All right, dude, what a crazy night, though, guys. How crazy has tonight been? And it's all been on like a 10-second delay, too. Dude, guys, just so you know, let me just announce here, I am doing the low latency. I prefer to have the chat that is like really responsive. And I'm sorry that you're not going to get the split screen ads, but I like the responsive chat. Like tonight, talking to you guys with like a big chat delay has been wildly unpleasant for me. Just so you know what I'm saying? Like I prefer, I know you guys want split screen ads, but I need the low latency. I need the like instantaneous feedback. I really do. More sports gambling app ads. Dude, that's crazy. Dude, the sports gambling is nuts, dude. Dude, sports gambling. I think the sports gambling is like just all the gambling, all of the poly market, all of the, right? All of the poly market, all of the 𝗙𝗆𝗆, all that shit. I think it's so bad for our society, guys. I really do. I think it's like, it is, I think it's been created. It was created because the people who have insiders, you know what I'm saying? It's like the thing about this, guys, is the prediction gambling is being manipulated. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you don't understand. It's not, prediction gambling isn't even gambling, guys. Like prediction gambling is not gambling. It is literally insiders taking your money and then they're creating the outcome. Okay? Like the fact that somebody was able to bet and make like $1 million on Trump's fucking attacks, you know, like literally somebody could run for Congress and throw the race and make $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody could run for Congress and let the other person win and be betting on the fact that they're going to lose, even though they're a sure thing. Somebody could run as a sure thing, bet millions of dollars, leak some damning personal info that loses the election a week before and they walk away with fucking $20 million, right? I mean, literally, we are making it to the point of where everything's going to be an inside fucking craziness. Dude, hey, Worthy, like, you need to chill out, boss. Okay? If you don't like that other person, like, you're welcome to block them and shit. But I don't really want people in chat, like, calling each other names. Like, come on, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to be screaming and calling each other names. Just block each other. And then you don't have to see each other. And, like, you guys can, like, let it go. But, like, you guys, both of you, like, calling each other names or whatever, telling each other, like, goading each other on. I'm not sure that's helpful. I realize things are getting a little heated in here and, like, there's a lot of passion, but, like, I would appreciate it if you guys didn't just, you know, I don't really want to read chat members, like, attacking each other when I think we can, you know, we should be able to get along or just block each other. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I you know, because I like everybody in this chat, but I don't want us to start fucking shredding each other. And maybe you and Anna and Worthy, both of you guys can just do the block and let's move on. I don't think anybody loves genocide, and I think calling somebody a genocide lover is stupid, boss. Okay? No, nobody loves genocide. Like, that's dumb. You know, to even say that. Like, when you say that somebody's a genocide lover, that sort of makes me suspicious of your aims, you know? But the thing about it, though, Wadda, is there are Zionists that exist in this world, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like when you say, oh, there's a Zionist in your chat. Dude, there's a lot of Zionists in my political party, boss. Like, you know, and the same way that, like, a Nazi tattoo on Graham Platner isn't a deal breaker for you because you can, you know, not all people with Nazi tattoos are the same. I don't think all Zionists are the fucking same. You know what I'm saying? I think there's degrees of Zionism, right? And I think sometimes you might be thinking someone's a Zionist who's not really a Zionist. They're a perceived Zionist, but they're just not trashing everything related to the country of Israel. So I think, like, throwing that term around, that, like, Zionism is an on-off switch, that you're either a Zionist or you're not, I don't think that's accurate, because I get called a Zionist a lot of the times simply because I am not as virulently, like, anti whatever everything connected to Israel, because I talk about Netanyahu and I'm uncomfortable just using the word Israel all the time, right? So you know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's an on-off switch, right? You know? But who do you say is cheering on genocide? Right? Right? You know? I mean, but that's what I'm talking about, though, guys. Right? Right? You see that shit, though? Like, where people are running around now and they're like, are you a Zionist? I think you're a Zionist. It's like the trans panic, but it is like Zionist panic now. That is where everyone's running around, like, making sure you're not a Zionist. Are you 5% Zionist, 10% Zionist? Like, and I think that shit is fucking stupid. Okay? That shit is like, is getting out of hand, where we're, like, running around trying to determine if somebody is a Zionist, and we're like purposefully trying to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, But again, who is saying that? I have not seen anyone say, I love Zionism. I want them all gone. You tell me who said that. All right. Give me the handle of the person that said that. I have not seen anyone say that in this chat. Right? Like, no one who knows better will call themselves a Zionist. Yeah, I know. I know. Dude, let's go. Dude, you're the official bruv party. I'm looking at their messages right now. Dude, he was trolling when he said, I love Zionism. What you gonna do about it? Right? Wasn't he? That was a fucking trolling. I don't think that was accurate. Right? I mean, you should probably be a little careful about that type of trolling, though, because again, like, you know what I mean? I mean, dude, I've done it, though. Somebody comes in and they troll something and I insta-ban them. Right? But I think that was in the heat of all that shit when people were doing, but you should probably be like a little careful about that, though, because people get fucking. See, this is what I'm saying, though. Like, we are, dude, this is what I am saying, though. We are like, it's like the nail. Everybody is a hammer looking for the Zionism nail. You know what I'm saying? You know? And like, that is what is so fucking wild about where we're at now, where like, I don't know, dude. It's pretty weird. I mean, it's pretty weird because it like, I want us to be fucking really balanced. And it is hard. No, it's hard. Like, I'm going to say this, guys. I think you should not really troll about like saying that you love Netanyahu and shit. Because if you troll like that and I'm in the mood, I may fucking block you too. Okay? I think we should probably not troll the same way that we shouldn't troll that way about, you know, if we were talking about Adolf Hitler, if people started like typing in the chat that they loved Hitler, I would fucking have an issue with it. So I think we should probably not fucking, you know, we should probably fucking not troll on that stuff. Right? I know it gets heated and shit, but people are going to interpret that shit the wrong way. But I'm moving on, and you're welcome to block them. All right? But also don't come into my chat and tell me that I have to block people in my chat. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Right? That's not how it works. It doesn't work that way around here. Yeah, just fucking block them. Dude, this shit is like fucking is like. You woke up early. Let's go, 𝗙cie. Dude, tonight's been sort of a difficult stream, right? You know what I'm saying? That tonight is, I guess, been sort of a little bit of a difficult stream, you know? And you know what's really interesting though, guys, is I feel like I guess I'm not surprised that it got kicked up around the Texas primary. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like the Texas primary was like, it's going to be interesting to see how the Democratic support like coalesces, you know? And yeah, the delay's been problematic too. You know what I'm saying? Right? The delay definitely has been problematic. I don't look worn out. Yeah, I mean, I don't get too worn out. I can have these kind of difficult discussions. Like you guys got to understand that, you know, my thing is, right? My son, okay, is like super left wing, right? He's probably like communist, sort of like left wing. And he is extraordinarily like pro-Palestinian. And he and I have had many discussions till like 6 a.m. with him, like, you know, educating me on how young people his age, 20 years old, people in his, you know, social group feel. And it's been extraordinarily rewarding. Like I've actually become far more, you know, like far more aware of the, you know, the I don't know, of the depth of like the impact that the, you know, Netanyahu's like gross overreaction has had on young people. Like, because it was in my house. I lived with somebody who, like, he and I would stay up until fucking, you know, 6 a.m. every night talking about that shit. And I was really thankful for his perspective. I learned a lot. And I became, you know, I became way more balanced in my, you know what I'm saying? I became way more balanced in my fucking views because of him. So I can have these kinds of discussions for ages because I've had them. Right? Dude, I've had them. But I guess, you know what's funny? I'm not surprised that we've had this difficult sort of Platner, Zionism, racism, progressivism, centrism argument or discussions tonight, even as painful as it has been on this crazy delay, because I feel like a lot of that was wrapped up in this primary race in Texas. Okay? Right? Where in Texas, in this primary race, you know, a lot of that was wrapped up in this, where, you know, with like the AIPAC versus the Miriam Adelson money versus the black woman versus the white Christian guy versus the one the progressives are championing versus who is seen as a centrist versus like people deciding who feels what about Israel. You know what I mean? And I mean, you know, isn't that fucking like a lot of that shit like ended up in here in this race? And then sure enough, we talk about this race and it came in here into our conversation. And like, isn't that wild? Like, I feel like a lot of that was wrapped up in this race where, you know, there's varying levels of like, because like one of the things that's really interesting is if Talarico wins, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of Israel support he does or doesn't have inside the Senate. You know what I mean? Like, you know, or how he handles all of the Israel support that is in the Senate with all those crazy evangelicals in there, because like so much of the Senate is like 70-year-old like Christians who are all like Israel to the fucking, to the very end, right? When will it end? I don't know. I think we're like 40 or 50 years from this. Of like fully, like, it's hard because, guys, there's like the real problem that I think, and I've said this before, I think Israel is just a small part of the problem, okay? The like whatever, Netanyahu and the Israeli government. I think the real problem is the Christian evangelical Zionists that are all over American government, right? Like most of American government is Christian Zionists, like American government, state level and federal level. Most of our government are Zionist Christians that are Calvinists to a large degree and are trying to provoke a end-all be-all war in the Middle East that will fucking do the rapture, right? Where they literally think they can go over there and do whatever they want in the Middle East, and they don't care because they can take all the oil, because if it blows up, it's going to be the rapture. So they have like nothing to lose, right? I mean, isn't that crazy? Dude, right? That's what our government is here in America. And like, dude, that's fucked up. Right? You know what I mean? What is a Calvinist? So a Calvinist is, Calvinism is a perversion of Christianity. Okay? And I'm going to explain what Calvinism is right now. It originally stemmed from the Calvinist church, which was a belief system. But when I say Calvinism, it's about one thing, and it is a strain of religion where they believe vast wealth is a sign that they're blessed by God. So instead of being the Christians who are like, it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than a rich man get into heaven, and the Christianity preaches like, don't be greedy with money, Calvinists believe they should make as much money as possible and they can become billionaires and just fucking rake in tens of millions. And the more money they rake in, the more that God is blessing them. That means they're doing it right. So if they go out and they take 100 mil from the congregation, they believe they're getting that money because God's blessing them. So they're like greedy, often crooks. They're often crooks, and they will like use tax shelters, and they will funnel their money like TPUSA does into a shell of a shell of a shell of a shell. But they believe that the money, like Erica Kirk is a Calvinist. She believes all that money that came in from Charlie's death is like God blessing her, that like she's right. Keep doing what you're doing because all that money is a sign that right? That's what Calvinism is. And it is fucked up because it's where people become brutal capitalists and they believe that it's okay because they're doing God's will. And these guys were like, Calvinism was what fueled like the Christian plantation owners. Okay. And America was really founded by Calvinists. Like ultimately that's what we were founded on. We were founded on wealthy religious people who didn't want to pay any taxes. They believe they should keep their money, right? And then they came over here and they tried to enslave the natives, and then they genocided the natives, and then they tried to enslave, and then they did enslave the black people, and then they built an entire like war machine, and the whole time they thought they were doing the will of God. Like, of course they're doing it right because it's just bringing them all these vast profits. Isn't that fucked up? Like, dude, that is fucked up. It is. And so there's an element of that in our Christian government here in America, But dude, I thought, guys, I honestly thought Jasmine Crockett was I thought she was gonna win. But dude, Talarico won. I don't hate this. I don't hate James Talarico. Everything I've seen of him, I fucking have liked the guy. He certainly has some good messaging. I think, guys, right now, if you look at Texas, I think Texas is a winnable Senate seat. Okay? I think, you know what I think about this, guys? Who do you think's going to win here? Do you think Cornyn beats Paxton? Right? Do you think Cornyn beats Paxton in the runoff? Who do you think wins this? This is going to be really interesting here, guys. Who do you think wins this? You never thought she'd win? You got to live in Texas? I mean, maybe that's true. I mean, I'm sure, dude, you know, in Texas, I'm sure, like, you know, a black woman winning a statewide thing in Texas is probably never going to happen. Like, let's be honest, right? A black woman winning a statewide race. Yeah, the 𝗙𝗍𝗏𝗃 thing definitely made Talarico a martyr, for sure. Absolutely. But guys, who do you think wins this right here in the runoff? You think Cornyn wins? You think Wesley Hunt's voters are going to go for the MAGA Paxton, or you think they're going to go for Cornyn? Right? Because I think that this is going to determine the Senate thing, right? Because Trump supports Paxton, okay? But right? You know, Trump supports Paxton, but there's a whole bunch of people that are disappointed in Trump. And so if you think they're going to vote Paxton, or do you think they're going to not vote and then maybe Cornyn wins, right? Because I know that Trump wants Paxton, but I believe we have a better chance of winning if Cornyn wins. I think we need Cornyn to win. And if Cornyn wins, I think Talarico wins that Senate seat. And here's why. Because I believe if Paxton loses, MAGA in Texas are going to be mad. And the MAGA are just not going to vote because they're not going to want to vote for Cornyn. But I believe if Cornyn loses, MAGA are going to be like energized and they're going to feel like they got a victory. And then they're maybe going to show up and try to beat Talarico. Like, that's kind of how I see it. I feel like Paxton is the MAGA guy. And if MAGA loses, they might not go to the polls. But if they win and they win the nomination, they're going to feel like they did something. And then they're going to try to like win it to get the MAGA guy into the Senate. Okay. And so, yeah, it's in May. Like, I want Cornyn to win, because I think if Cornyn wins, I think we win this Senate seat. I do. I think there's a much bigger chance of the Cornyn voters voting for Paxton than there are the Paxton voters voting for Cornyn. That's what I think. A lot of Texans are sick of MAGA if he wins. See, maybe if the Republicans are sick of MAGA, maybe. But I mean, if the Texans were sick of MAGA, how would he even win? Right? If the Texans were sick of MAGA, wouldn't he lose the primary? Right? Wouldn't Paxton lose the primary? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I know you're saying you've heard the exact argument, but what I'm trying to say is if the Texans are sick of Paxton, why is he even in the runoff? You know? So they think Talarico has a better chance of beating Paxton than Cornyn? Interesting. All right. I don't know why that would be true, though. Let's see what we got here. Dude, do we have a list of some polls? Can I see those polls, Bradshaw? I'd like to see the data there. MAGA likes voting for degenerates? Dude, I want to see some polls. I want to see some of that. Like, dude, Paxton is so dirty. Dude, he's such a scumbag. He is, dude. He is such a scumbag. But, like, I feel like MAGA getting energized is like a danger, right? Like, I feel like, you know, but I guess what you guys are saying is that there's some belief that they view Paxton to be too extreme, and that if Paxton were to win, that a bunch of those middle of the road independents are just going to vote for Talarico instead of the extreme Paxton, and that Paxton will get the MAGA base. But you're saying if Cornyn wins, they might vote for Cornyn because he's not as extreme, and they will view Cornyn as somebody who's going to moderate Trump a little bit. And so they'll stay Republican with Cornyn because he's the safe bet. So I mean, I guess that makes sense to me. I can totally see that, right? And yeah, I think what's going to be hard now, and guys, like right now, Jasmine Crockett, if you are listening, here's what I want. Like, Jasmine, please, I know it probably stings to have lost this race. And I'm sure you have feelings that are all over the map about the progressives and about racism and about Texas and about Kamala versus Trump and all of this shit. And everything you've been through and all the shit that Talarico has said or not said, and that Colin Allred has said or not said. And what I am saying, though, Jasmine, if you are listening, we need to rally the fucking troops. We want everybody together, okay? If we can all get together on this, we can win this seat. I really think we can win this seat, but we need Crockett's people to vote for Talarico. And I hope we get it. And the same, if she won, we would have needed Talarico's people to vote for you know what I'm saying? For Crockett. Even though it's like hard. All right, so I was just looking at this. So you're saying there's a comparison here but there's no comparison here of like Talarico. There's no Talarico versus, right? Bradshaw, I mean, I'm looking at this one, but there's a poll here about yeah, she definitely needs to stay involved. Oh, is it in the full results? Is there going to be a Talarico versus... Is there I don't see any Talarico versus Cornyn data. Can she get her Congress seat back? So her Congress seat, I believe, is gone, guys. Okay, I believe it got gerrymandered out in the Texas new map. Like, she can't, I mean, she's going to be done because she did this Senate race. Like, she can't declare for Congress, but her actual district is gone. It is my understanding. All right, maybe we'll find it on Twitter. Yeah, her seat got erased. See, look. This is, so Cornyn versus Talarico is Cornyn +3. Oh, I get it. Here's a poll that says Paxton versus Talarico is Talarico +3. All right. But then there are other people that say otherwise. So, I see. So they believe it's going to be a little bit more. I guess that makes sense, guys. Right? I guess that makes sense. That with Paxton being extreme, that maybe they can get some of those disaffected middle of the road voters that might swing to a milquetoast guy like Cornyn, who is perceived as like, we've had him and he's sort of standing up to Trump, but that with Paxton being so extreme, gonna bootlick Trump to the end, that some of those middle of the road guys are gonna vote for the white Christian dude. Okay? Dude, let's go. You'd like to see Beto kick some ass? Dude, I liked Beto, but I just think Beto was a little too, I don't know, Beto was a little too like Ivy League. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense, right? Even though I don't know where Beto went to college, but let's look at, he feels Ivy League, Beto does. Okay, let's see where he went to college. Right? Where did he go to college? He went to Columbia. All right, ding, 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 ding. Right? And so I love Beto, but Beto is like, he could be the mayor of Austin. Okay, Beto could fucking probably, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of things he could run, but like Texas, a lot of Texas is square. Okay, they're suspicious of Ivy League. A lot of Texas is. A lot of Texas is like good old boys. And good old boys, even if they're not full MAGA, good old boys are suspicious of the Ivy League cool guys, but they might vote for somebody like Talarico, who's like kind of a geeky, like Christian dude. But Beto had that Ivy League vibe. Okay, that like he's smart, he's savvy, he's smooth, right? He is. Why did they elect Ted Cruz? Because Ted Cruz is a smarmy, like shitbag. Okay, but Ted Cruz, if you look at him, he's not cool. He doesn't seem smart. He's smarmy. He's greasy. He's got a shitty beard. He dresses poorly. He's awkward. Ted Cruz is. He's kind of like an awkward dude who like says what they want him to say. But like Beto is like a good looking dude who's like smooth and savvy and a good speaker. And he's like smart as hell. And he's like, you know, he's got that very Ivy League sort of like, I know a lot about shit. And like, he's got a lot of the leadership qualities that I think the good old boys look at Beto and think like they feel insecure, and they look at Ted Cruz and they don't feel insecure. And that's a big play, guys. When you look at like small town people, let me just tell you, as a guy who grew up in a small town, this is why George Bush won in 2000 versus Al Gore, even though Al Gore, I think, won. But the reason why that was even a race was because George Bush, a lot of middle American white men looked at George Bush and they didn't feel insecure. They looked at Al Gore and they felt like stupid or like insecure compared to his sort of intelligence and what they perceive as elitism. Because the whole concept of elitism is that like whites, like rural white small town people, those white dudes want to look at a dude and they want to not feel insecure. They want to feel like they're better than that guy or they're equal to that guy. And Ted Cruz, nobody looks at Ted Cruz and feels insecure, right? Dude, who's also homosexual? Is Beto gay? No, is he gay? Beto's not gay, is he? Or you're saying Ted Cruz is homosexual? But dude, I really liked Beto. I did. I just always thought that he was like he had that sort of Ivy League, like, you know, charm and intelligence that they sometimes those types of people feel intimidating to the small town, middle of the road voters. You know what I mean? And believe me, yeah, no, I thought somebody said in chat, I was like, he's not gay, right? But I it's funny that he went to Columbia because I knew he had that Ivy League vibe, right? Did you know Beto was in a punk band? Dude, everybody who goes to Columbia is in a punk band, boss. Like, I knew he was in a band. I didn't know it was necessarily punk. But like, it is pretty sad that like middle America does that. But I think small town bro voters are easily intimidated by intelligent, savvy men. And they are nervous voting for them, right? Oh, you were thinking about somebody else, Callie? Dude, Lindsey Graham is definitely, yes, gay. And I'm telling you right now, guys, Lindsey Graham too. Lindsey Graham is a fucking late stage alcoholic. Okay, I'm calling it right now. Lindsey Graham, I'm telling you right now, I think Lindsey Graham is going to like get in like a drunk driving accident or something, guys. Dude, Beto is a good guy. Beto's a great guy. I love Beto. I just thought Texas, he was facing an uphill battle in Texas because the rural male voters were always going to be intimidated by him. And so they would vote for some dumb MAGA shitbag just because they would feel not as insecure, right? And they'd feel like better than their leader. Like, I'm telling you right now, guys, a lot of the Midwestern small town rural voter is about simple vibes. They want to feel better than their fucking president. They want to be like smarter and like more together. Like, they want their president to be somebody that is like one of them, but like a step lower. Like, they want to feel like they're smarter than them almost. Like, which is scary because they vote for some really frightening fucking people, right? They either want to revere them, right? They want to be stars, or they want to be like smarter than them or equal intelligence to them. You know, dude, it's a sickness, man. Like the insecurity of the white rural male is one of a huge problem we have in this country, guys. Like, no joke. You know, I think it is what enables them to get red pilled. It is what enables them to buy into those manosphere philosophies espoused by people like 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗍𝗀 and Andrew Tate and that is the insecurity of like white rural men, right? I've expanded beyond the Texas Senate race, boss. Okay, I've expanded beyond because Texas has some of those white rural men. There are absolutely white rural men in Texas who would be too intimidated to vote for an Ivy League person like Beto O'Rourke, much like there are those white rural men in middle America too, right? Texas has its own brand of shit that's not middle America, but the white rural men and their insecurity are like, that is universal, okay? It is, dude. That shit is, there's a universal insecurity to the white rural men. Dude. Oh, shit. A lot has changed. Where do you live in Texas, Scrimmers? You say you're from Texas. Where do you live? What's the city? Yeah, no, Beto very much has that Kennedy vibe, dude. Dude, Beto reminded me of RFK. Not RFK Jr., but the real RFK. Dude, Beto, he looks kind of like him. If you look at it, right? The real Bobby Kennedy? Yeah, see, that's just it, though. Of course, like, you live in Austin. Everybody in Austin is like, that is like Beto O'Rourke. You live in the Portland of fucking Texas. But you go up into the Panhandle, and those guys, none of those guys up there are fucking voting for Beto O'Rourke. They're like, I don't know. But, dude, doesn't he look like, I'm telling you, dude, Beto and Bobby Kennedy were like very fucking similar, dude. They always reminded me of each other, right? Similar fucking smile, dude. Dude, let's go. It's about anti-MAGAs. Yeah, but I'm saying there's going to be a lot more anti-MAGA in Austin than there is in El Paso. Okay? There's going to be a lot more anti-MAGA in fucking Austin than there is in the Panhandle, you know, and in Lubbock, right? You know what I mean? You know? I mean, there's going to be a lot more anti-MAGA in Houston and Austin than there is in fucking, Fort Worth, right? I mean, and especially in the small towns, right? It's all over the state. We'll see. We'll see, right? We shall see. I hope Talarico wins it, boss. But dude, yeah, no, I really liked Beto, right? I did. I liked him a lot. Maybe he runs for governor, guys. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, has he ever thought about running for governor? That would be interesting if he ran for governor. Dude, we're coming for your guns. Yeah, dude, the guns. Yeah, not a good move, right? So, he did run for governor. Dude, he lost. Dude, maybe he runs for governor again. Do you have term limits? Do you have term limits? Is Abbott term limited out, or is he going to run again? Who's in it now? Oh, so there's no term limits? Yeah, so there's no term limits. Crazy. So do you think this is going to, she's going to beat Greg Abbott? I mean, if there's really an anti-MAGA sentiment, right, she should win this governorship, shouldn't they? Dude, this guy is so bad. This guy, Greg Abbott, is so bad, dude. Like, Greg Abbott is so fucking bad. Dude, he is so bad. But, like, dude, I don't know, man. Yeah, I didn't know Beto already ran for governor. See, I'm so out of the loop with Texas. Didn't he run for Senate too? Now I'm confused, right? Didn't Beto run for Senate? So he was in the U.S. House, okay? And then he ran for Senate and lost to Ted Cruz, right? Okay, yeah. And then he ran for governor. Okay. Yeah. No, he did run for governor too. He ran for governor, dude, in 2022, dude. Right? He ran for governor 4 years ago. And he lost to fucking Greg Abbott. Dude, he ran for Senate and then he ran for governor. Right? Dude, you're from Texas? You don't know he ran for governor? What are you doing? Dude, yeah, Hot Wheels. Jesus. Oh, shit. All right. And then we go, baby. Dude, there are very few people that I dislike the way that I dislike Greg Abbott. I shit you not, dude. I dislike Greg Abbott like so much. You know, so much. I can't even tell you how much I fucking dislike him. He's like so toxic. But dude, Crenshaw got the boot. That's crazy. All right. Bro, I don't even know what I'm making videos on. You ready to dance? Yeah, I'm ready to dance too. I got to go make some videos. I didn't really get a lot of coverage of shit tonight. Like, we sort of veered all over the place. I want to talk about Valentina Gomez here for a minute before I go, right? I definitely want to talk about Valentina Gomez because she opened a can of worms, all right? Dude, Valentina, she got smoked, okay? There she is. Now, for this particular race, guys, she added the name fucking Noriega. Okay, she had run for Secretary of State in Missouri and as Valentina Gomez. And and she did terrible. Okay, she was like bottom of the barrel. She decided to run for Congress in Texas. She is virulently anti-LGBTQ and anti-Muslim, and she's a stunt politician. Okay, she reminds me of like Nancy Mace, where she's doing stunts, except she's even more extreme than Nancy. But she added Noriega to the back of her name, so she was running as Valentina Gomez Noriega. Okay? And dude, yeah, she is so phony. She is from Colombia, like the country. Her family is Colombian. And so she's got a pretty, like, I don't know, she's got a pretty distinct accent that she very much plays up. And we've seen her videos of her like burning the Quran, burning LGBTQ books, right? Like shooting the fake hostage tied to taped to a chair. I mean, she's crazy. But anyway, she ran and she just got smacked. Okay. She was in the 31st, I believe. She ran in the 31st. Okay. There she goes against John Carter, the incumbent. She got 6,900 votes. Okay. She 10%. She gleaned 10% of the vote. Dude, hold on. Let me get some water. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Enjoy this song. I'm going to be back in 1 sec. I need some water. Let's go. All right, I'm back. I needed some water. But so, dude, so she got 10% of the vote, guys. Okay? And like just brutal. Now, I'll admit, I thought that was a lot for her. Okay? I thought maybe she was going to get 5. Okay? She had been in 3rd place. She did go above 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗏. And she just took the lead above that person to get 2nd place there, 6,000 votes. Again, I knew she wasn't winning, but she got hammered. But what she did, guys, she had a meltdown, okay? She had a meltdown. Now, guys, this guy is endorsed by Trump, okay? John Carter he got a Trump endorsement, okay? Right? He's a staunch ally of Trump, complete and total endorsement, okay? Now, she has been totally like pro-Trump. She's been a huge pro-Trump candidate. But tonight, guys, she crashed out. She had an absolute fucking meltdown. Absolute fucking meltdown. Okay, right? Where she comes out. I mean, we've seen her. You know what I'm saying? This was her vote this was her Secretary of State primary that she did in 2024 in Missouri, where she also got 10,000 votes. All right. That seems to be her max. She gets 10,000 votes. But guys, she had a fucking meltdown. Okay. Now, she blocked me a while ago. I made a video about her. I made a video about Valentina. Hold on, I'll show you. I've made a couple about her. Let me see here. Okay. She blocked me after this video a year ago, right? Everything you need to know, extreme Missouri Republican. I also made a video from her on Piers Morgan, right? I made a video, or we talked about her live in a couple videos. There's one about her fucking just being a whack job. So I've made a couple of videos about Valentina. I mean, she is just, dude, she is so crazy. I mean, she is like absolutely batshit. But so she flipped out though. Look at what she posted after she lost. Okay? She said, I have video evidence that my election has been rigged to benefit 84-year-old Congressman John Carter. If I publish this video, they will send me to prison because it involves the voting machines. I will share the evidence only if Trump, 𝗙cie 𝗏𝗏, Rubio, Elon Musk can guarantee immunity. All of our elections are rigged. And she tags Laura Loomer. But guys, the guy who won is Trump's guy. Like, so she's tagging Donald Trump and Laura Loomer to say, I have video evidence of the guy you endorsed cheating. Dude, like, she literally just destroyed, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see how she gets out of this without being like persona non grata in the MAGA thing. You know what I mean? Like, she tagged Donald Trump to ask for immunity to claim that his guy was cheating. Like, did she not know that John Carter? Did she not know that John Carter was endorsed by Trump? Or like, is she living in batshit land? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't know how she comes back from that. She went so far over the edge that she literally has now had a meltdown and accusing the dude who runs her party, right? That his guy, dude, like she's done. You know what I'm saying? She is done. Dude, look at Laura Loomer. Like, what the fuck, bro? So scary. Like, I don't know, dude. I just don't know how that happened. Okay? She, like, you know what I'm saying? They're stealing my election. I hope for the sake of Texas, it's too big to rig. Dude. She thinks they're stealing her election. Like, she is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, did she actually think she was going to beat, like, Trump's guy who was an incumbent? Like, she thought she was going to win? Did she really think that, or is she just playing a character? Like, this is the psychology, guys, that fascinates me, because I wonder, does she really believe this? Is she, like, actually absolutely like mental, you know, where she is like, her brain is broken and she walks around living in an alternate reality? Or is she just playing this character and like, man, I'm going all in? Because like, nobody likes her, nobody voted for her, and she's thinking they're stealing it. By they, she means Donald Trump, I guess. And the MAGA, like, she was a MAGA person running against a MAGA candidate, and now she's accusing the MAGA candidate of cheating on her, and she's trying to sell that to her MAGA fan base. And I'm like, yo, like, somebody needs to do an intervention on this woman before she, like, starts, you know, trying to fly her alien spaceship off of a tall building in like downtown fucking Dallas. Right? And what does she say? You ready? So here's the video she ends with. She says, congrats to the Muslims, the PDFs in the Epstein files, and the corrupt politicians. Texas chose an 84-year-old to represent them. Now you can come and take it. Texas, get ready for public prayer, Sharia schools and cities, our soldiers getting sacrificed, and more terrorist attacks. Some people wake up only after their son gets murdered or daughter gets raped. Thank you to those that believed in me. Texas is not ready for change. But like, bro, she was the MAGA candidate. Who does she think her audience is? You know? You know? I am so fascinated by this, guys. Like, she is salty. She is salty. But I want to see if any of the MAGA people have commented. You know what I'm saying? Oh, not Gomez. I want to see if any of the big MAGA people commented. Right? I mean, everyone's happy that she lost. See, here's a MAGA fucking voice, Magadonia. And he says, who was candidate, claims the election was rigged. Authorities suspended the voter registration of her after she listed a post office box. Like, she got her voter registration suspended because she was like breaking the law. Dude, and she's gotten barred from a bunch of events, you know? And so, I mean, I know everybody's glad she lost, but I'm waiting to see if like, did Laura Loomer comment on her? Let me see if Loomer commented. Yeah, nobody is going to be answering the phone, dude. Like, nobody. See, here Loomer was thanking her. You know, thank you, Valentina, for being supportive and kind friend, but I don't think she's going to be thanking her anymore. Yeah, I mean, she thanked her like months ago when she was running in, and Valentina Gomez was on Laura Loomer's podcast, like back in 2025. But I think she's done now. Like, Loomer's not replying. But isn't that weird, guys? Isn't that fucking bizarre that she was a MAGA person who was trying to get in with the MAGA crowd, and she was very pro-Trump, and then she ran against Trump's guy and is claiming that Trump's guy cheated? Like, I don't know where she goes now. I honestly, like, where is she politically? Dude, her and 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗏𝗏 are going to start a podcast together. That's like the next move, right? Isn't it? It's going to be 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗏𝗏 and Valentina Gomez having a podcast together. That is going to be the next step. Dude, I think, right? Dude. Yeah, nobody's responding to her shit. Or maybe, dude, what do you think? Oh, I was going to say Jillian Michaels and Valentina Gomez. She'll go the way of Kari Lake. But see, Kari Lake, though, guys, I don't know if you know this, but Kari Lake is like 𝗙PUSA is going to try to get Kari Lake elected again. I think Kari Lake is not done, okay? Kari Lake is now in the 𝗙PUSA in the Erica Kirk set, guys. I shit you not. Like Kari Lake and 𝗙PUSA are trying to be a resurgence of her, okay? They are like, I've been seeing her. I mean, we see her with the Huffines, okay? Hold on one sec. You ready? The guy who bought Zorro Ranch, okay? Here's the guy who bought Zorro Ranch. There's Don Huffines. There's his crazy fucking wife. And there's Kari Lake, okay? she is ensconced still with the TPUSA set in Arizona. I'm telling you, I think TPUSA is going to back her for some other candidacy because she is like rabid, evangelical, fucking crazy. Okay? I mean, we think she's batshit and totally done, but I'm telling you right now, okay? Again, though, you ready? Kari Lake, she too blocked me. Okay? She blocked me over the Black National Anthem. But she is, right? I love country music. I got all with the TPUSA halftime show, right? She is like connected with TPUSA, guys. They actually like her. They're still going after Gallego and Hobbs, okay? This is nuts, dude. She is like, right? Here she is with TPUSA activists. She is working with TPUSA. And she has been for a while. She's like, and now that I think Erica Kirk is in there, I think Kari Lake and Erica Kirk are like, I think she's going to be a part of like the TPUSA future, guys. I shit you not. I know it's like scary to even think about that. Dude. Unfucking real, bro. Yeah, because she is mental. But this is kind of their new, this is their new MO, guys, is mental, right? And unfortunately, somehow Valentina Gomez was like too mental for mental, but she just got resentful here, right? Her accusing Donald Trump's guy of cheating, like now she's done, okay? Now Valentina is done. She's a woman without a fucking party, dude. She is like so done. And look at this shit. She says, Charlie Kirk would have voted for me. I want to make Texas the worst place for terrorists, Muslims, groomers, pedos, corrupt politicians to live. So help me God. Let's keep Texas Christian. She's saying Charlie Kirk would have voted for her. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. What do you think? You think Charlie Kirk would have voted for Valentina? I don't know. Some of these crazy MAGA influencers are like, you know, like this person, this Sarah Sizzle. I see this person there, but she's not even getting a lot of support from MAGA, right? InfoWars, I could see that. I could totally see her joining InfoWars, guys. InfoWars is absolutely doable. The worst place for terrorist Muslims. Yeah, I know. Just even that, like that being able to be quoted. Dude, Kirk Maxing. Yeah. I don't think she's a Christian, dude. She's a psycho. Her Take. She could end up on the Her Take podcast. Dude, so she was seeking protection after Charlie Kirk got shot, dude. Dude, what is she doing, bro? She is nuts. Trump wasn't supporting her. Dude, no. Trump was not supporting Valentina ever. All right. Dude, they're crazy. They are fucking like absolutely bonkers. I may have to fucking see that later on. All right. All right. The pick me sellouts make you sick? Yeah, curious. Dude, crazy. All right, guys. Dude, I gotta go. I gotta make videos. Dude, thank you on InfoWars is no more. I mean, I don't know. It is and it isn't, right? I feel like it's still there, right? It's still like, you know what I'm saying? Like it is still an idea, right? I mean, you know, they're still posting. You know what I'm saying? They're still posting. They're still reaching out to their audience. And you know, it's videos from nine fucking hours ago, right? It's still around, dude. Unfortunately. Dude, guys, thank you for like coming along on this crazy fucking journey. I feel like tonight was a wild journey. I mean, wild. We've been all over the map talking about Platner and the primaries and the Democratic Party, the new party, what we are and aren't comfortable with, like what we got like moving forward. You know, dude, a lot of crazy shit, boss. All right? A lot of crazy shit. Dude, does that shit affect the likes? It actually does. All right. I think the poll actually affects the likes. That's crazy. This journey is wild. Glad I'm here. Let's go. Dude, I'm glad I'm here too. You know, I know sometimes we get a little heated and shit about this, you know, foreign policy, this Middle East policy stuff. But we're going to sort it out. All right. Dude, I got to go, though. Got to go. Let's get it. Let's get the dance on. All right? Let's get that dance on. You guys earned it. Dude, yeah, the Charlie Kirk banner on the Department of Education is like, what the fuck, bro? Dude, that shit is nuts. So guys, I know we talked a lot about like the Graham Platner stuff tonight and the Nazi tattoo and everybody's reaction to that and shit. And like, I just want to say one last thing on that subject before I go dance. And that is I think if Graham Platner had come forward and said, you know what, guys? When I was in the military and I was young, like, yeah, I got red pilled. I did get in with these like neo-Nazi guys in the military and I got into that crowd and like, yeah, man, I had that shit and like, I'm reformed. I fucking have learned and I have evolved kind of the way Dean Withers did with his like past racial shit. Okay. Then at least we would know. But I think what has been weird for me is with him having that shit and being like, oh, I didn't know. I wasn't aware. I had it for 20 years. And he's like sidestepping it. So then you're really like, I think it would be, I would find him, I would probably feel better about him if he had been one and was a reformed one. And so we like knew. But like otherwise, like if you didn't get into that crowd, how do you just accidentally get a Nazi tattoo and have it for 20 years and even start a Senate campaign without anybody noticing it? And like the Stu Peters shit and all that, right? Like all of that happens by accident. You accidentally get a tattoo. You accidentally don't vet it before you run for Senate. You accidentally retweet 𝗙cie𝗵𝗍𝗏. You accidentally like go on the fucking like the whatever conspiracy theorist podcast and say you've been a fan of it. Like, right? Like, is all of that accidental? Or is all of that really him, you know? Like, that's what I'm really, I guess, confused about, right? Like, really? There's a whole bunch of accidental, like, near misses with all that shit? You know? And I know there's nothing wrong with having doubts about him. I'm just intrigued by, like how you can have so many accidental, like, sideline things, but, like, not be involved at all. That seems really fucking weird. Especially if you're somebody that is supposed to be educated and aware enough to be a senator, right? Like, I think if you are, like, I think there should be a level of self-awareness to be a senator that you would know if a tattoo on your body was a Nazi tattoo, or you would find out what kind of tattoo you had on your body, right? That kind of self-awareness feels like it would be important for a senator. Like, you know, I think a senator accidentally getting a Nazi tattoo and never knowing about it, it seems like that guy's, is he going to be aware enough to actually guide our country through crazy ordeals when he couldn't guide his chest away from the Nazi tattoo? Dude, you know, I don't know, man. So I don't know, but I'm sure we'll talk about him again. I think he's going to win the primary, guys. I think he's going to be the candidate, and we're going to be confronted with, you know, we're going to have to see, like, you know, I think he's going to win. So, like, yeah, I don't know, dude. It seems a little weird to me. All right, you ready? Let's go, baby. Dude, I think I might have to make a video about Graham Platner. He was just on 𝗙𝗏𝗽𝗃𝗃 talking about it. Yeah, I mean, you should put some links to him talking about this shit, guys. Please, do me a favor. Put some links to him talking about it, because I want to watch him talk about it and see if my alarm bells go off when he explains this shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but the thing about it is I want to see it. But of course, he's explaining it because he wants to be a senator, right? Just because he's explaining shit doesn't mean what he's saying is true necessarily, right? You know, but yeah, please put links to it so I can check it out. All right. I would love to do some research and see if my alarm bells go off when he's talking. Okay. But I guess, guys, you ready? I'm going to close with what my primary fear is, okay? My primary fear is that maybe people like Graham Platner are going to come in and they're going to move us away from social, like, progressivism in an effort to build an economic progressive tent that is going to include a lot of the white racist people and a lot of white xenophobic people, but they're going to seek grabbing some of those people, like some of the white dudes that have been red-pilled, and they're going to try to blue-pill them into an economic populist movement that allows people to be a little bit racist and xenophobic because we just stopped really making a big deal about that shit. That's what I worry about with those types of people, that they're going to be an entryway for us to not be socially progressive. And I think the social progressiveness is as important as the economic progressiveness, because without the social progressiveness, the economic progressiveness is only going to serve white people, right? Because our system will enable that. Our system will direct all the benefits to the white people. And so that's what I worry about. with like that sort of Graham Platner thing. You know what I'm saying? Right? Let's go. Dude, yeah, put it in Discord. All right? Put it in Discord, Bradshaw. Right? And again, I'm going to vibe with him. Guys, if you're Graham Platner fans, put those links in Discord. Sell them to me. All right? I want to watch some Graham Platner shit. I want to hear him talk about this stuff. And now we're going to dance, baby. Oh, shit. His wife is Jewish? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? When you say, like, his wife is Jewish, right? Like, you know, I don't know why you're saying that. Like, his wife is Jewish. Why are you, Kamala Harris's husband was Jewish, right? You know, Chuck Schumer is Jewish. Fucking, right? I mean, there are a lot of people are Jewish. What does that have to do with anything? Right? Dude, Zora Mamdani's Muslim. His wife is not Jewish. Dude, I mean, I just don't even know. That's such a weird thing to say, right? Like, you know, like Zora Mamdani's Muslim. Like, who cares? What, you know? Yeah, Stephen Miller is Jewish. That's right. Oh, all right, you ready? Let's go, baby, let's go! Come on! Come on! Time to dance. Dude, I'm gonna make a Graham Platner video. Fuck it. I'm gonna make a video like airing my questions about Graham Platner. And I'm gonna we're gonna put it out there and see what people say. I wanna get to know this. I mean, we're gonna let's do this. Right? If we're gonna, you know, break down Gavin Newsom and all these other people, now's the time in the primary. Let's fucking sort this shit out and see what we got and talk about this shit. We should be talking about our reservations, right? All right? Dude, let's go. All right, you ready? Let's do this. Come on! Come on!
Been here before, I feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy, an notion that I will make it out somehow.
Let's fucking go, baby. So now we pretend. All right, guys, thank you for everything, for another great night, another crazy night, another insane, long, tangential, what are we doing as Democrats, the future of our party. Where are we going, guys? All right, we're gonna figure it out together. All right, you posted the Platner interview, good. Put those Platner links in there. I'll see what he has to say, see if my alarm bells stop going off or if they get bigger. And in the meantime, I will see you guys tomorrow. Take good care of the head, baby. We have a lot of chaos coming up ahead. So remember one thing, just like snow castles, we drift to the edge, just like snow castles. We drift to the edge, just like snow castles. We drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. We drift to the edge. I'll see you tonight, tomorrow night. Love ya!
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right.
Do you need anything like I need you? It's over.